Hi all, welcome back. Day 2 of the 2022 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. I'm Bob Shepard and I'm back here with Brian Meisner.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Brian. So before we go over some of yesterday's results, one of our interviews yesterday, we spoke with Dean, who's the number 2 guy from Yale, out there warming up right now for his semifinal, and he was talking about the importance of recovery.
Yep.
So I don't think many fans actually realize, how did you recover? It was a tough day yesterday, wasn't it?
It sure was, Bob. It was a hot day out here, and we're here again today. It's probably even warmer than it was yesterday. I think we have a little bit of a breeze this afternoon, so that's going to change the conditions a little for the players. You know, in terms of how I recovered last night, Bob, I got to tell you, I was exhausted. I went home and I took a nice cold shower, had a little dinner, and went to bed. And then I got up this morning, and I actually played 2 hours of tennis this morning. And I wish I didn't, because I am exhausted right now. But I'm looking forward to these 2 matches. I'm really looking forward to watching Theo Dean play Max Estevez in our first semifinal, and seeing Alexis Gurmendi, who we did not get a look at yesterday, who is the top seed in the tournament and actually absolutely blew through his matches yesterday. I think he lost 1 game in 3 sets. Is that right, Bob? Yeah.
1 game in 3 matches.
1 game in 3 matches. I'm sorry. 1 game in 3 matches.
So we have up on the board now our results from yesterday, and we can see the players. They're listed in order of their seeding within the group, and just so we can all see that the winners of the groups, as well as the top number 2 player from the 3 groups, made it to today's semifinals. The number on the far right side of your screen is the seeding for the semifinal part of the event. And here is our draw, like you were saying, for today's semifinals, both matches to begin shortly.
That's right.
Any things we should look for in these matches?
Well, the match we're going to see first on the live stream, and we actually have 2 cameras today, so we're going to be able to look in on Gurmendi and Kandel as well. But I think the right 4 guys got through to the semifinals. Kandel pulled an absolutely huge upset over Max Estevez yesterday, and that's what got him through. I did not see Kandel being the 4th player to come through in this semifinal, but I think what we should look for is I think we're going to see 2 very contrasting styles here with Estevez and Dean. Dean is a typical quintessential Ivy League player. He is solid off of both wings. He moves very quickly around the court. He's just a very smart player, and I think we saw that yesterday from when we interviewed him, and what actually goes through his mind, and how hard he tries to get into the zone to play his best tennis. Now, Max Estevez is a very really plays a different style of game. He's a lefty, a tall, lanky lefty, and he's a little bit kind of nonchalant here. It doesn't look like he's putting too much into his shots, even though he hits the ball pretty heavy, and he can direct the ball around pretty good. He's one thing we had seen from him yesterday, and we had talked about, is his lefty forehand really just kind of pulling his opponent off the court, and that either sets up his backhand cross or his forehand into the open court. But I look for him to use that today. I'm looking for Dean to take advantage of Estevez's serve. Estevez's serve didn't look to me like it had too much on it, especially into the deuce court. So I think Dean returns very well, and I have seen him play a couple of times before this tournament, so I think he's going to try to take advantage of Estevez's serve and try to get jump on him from the get-go.
Yeah. So you mentioned, because Theo Dean did mention in his interview with us yesterday, the importance of getting into the zone.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, this is just a short plug for my book, which has been out about 3 or 4 years, Deconstructing Tennis. Basically, you could say that the entire subject matter, the key subject, is how do you make getting into the zone more of a science instead of an art, or just showing up, and some days you have it and some days you don't. That there are certain things a player can do to bring themselves closer to finding the zone right away. And it all starts from the way you warm up to the way you begin the match, with what sort of shot selection you begin, and building everything going from there. So it's going to be interesting to see. He talked about not quite feeling the zone here, and maybe the extremely hot temperatures had something to do with that. It does make it tougher to focus, as you know, we've all seen the movies with people who are stranded in the desert and they don't know what the hell's going on, and that's because of the heat. So it's going to be a great match here on our stadium court. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, given that we talked about recovery and also the extreme heat, you and I were talking earlier, I was a little amazed that none of the 12 players we saw yesterday used an ice pack on the changeovers. You know how at the Open they drape it around their neck type of thing. And yet they, if you asked any of them, I think they'd say, well, I'm doing the best I can to be ready to play. I sort of regarded that as sort of not being prepared to play. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I don't think that that in and of itself shows anybody that's unprepared to play. I think that, look, I think all of these guys have played matches, a lot of matches in the hot weather throughout the juniors. Estevez and Gurmendi certainly are from warm weather climates, and Dean from Northern California probably also played a lot of matches in the warm weather. So I think they have a lot of experience playing in the warm weather, and I'm not sure that the heat bothered these four guys the way that we think it may have. I think they all came through pretty fresh. Certainly, when I was playing, I always thought about lowering my body temperature. I didn't use a ice towel all the time, but there were times I did, and you have to leave the judgment up to the player. I think all of these guys are experienced enough, and they're all playing at a high enough level where, believe me, I think they are prepared in the best way that they know how to prepare themselves, and what's good for the one may not be good for the others. So certainly, maybe if they had the option, I know we do have ice water for them on the court, and we're not really watching them that closely on the changeovers of what they're doing. The interesting thing was Estevez really doesn't take a changeover.
He just walks around and waits going on the court. Yeah.
Right. So, that's his own thing. And Estevez he's a guy with a lot of experience. He's now, I think, 31 or 32 years old. He's been playing.
He's 33 actually.
33. He's been playing on the Pro Tour for a long time. He's been ranked inside the top 250. I think he knows how to get himself ready for matches. But then again, even the best players sometimes don't know how to prepare themselves under certain circumstances.
So here's just a reminder from yesterday, the money that the players are playing for today. The losers of these two matches will each receive $450, as you can see, and play for the winner's prize after a short break of $1,500. So Chestnut Ridge and tournament director Brad Breakstone and Brian and I, we all thank our sponsors for helping us get that prize money together. And Brian and I also want to thank again Brad Breakstone for all of his tremendous efforts in getting this whole event organized. He's done an amazing job.
Bob, you want to tell everybody, the format today is going to be a little bit different than yesterday. You want to tell everybody about that?
Yes. Yesterday, in the round-robin phase, we were playing short sets. That means the first 1 to 4 win, no ad scoring. If it were 3-3, we play the first 1 to 7 tiebreaker. Today, we're playing a full set up to 6, no ad scoring, 2 out of 3 sets. If the players would split, we will play the 10-point super tiebreaker in the event of a split sets.
Right.
So there's more time. The longer the match lasts, there's more time for the cream to rise to the top. You can weather a little bit of a storm within a match, and a little tougher for that to happen in those short set format.
That's right, Bob. And I see that Gurmendi and Kandel have started their match out on court 9, and Dean and Estevez are finishing up their warm-ups here. Now, the players, after they complete their semifinal match, is going to get a little break, and we have a special exhibition match in between, so stay with us. We're going to have a women's pro-am match, or an women's exhibition match with Ava Bruno, a local junior standout, one of the top players in the country, from what I understand, is going to
Yes.
play.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody you're familiar with, right, Bob?
Yes, Teodora Ristic. She was conference All-American, #1 player in her conference. She's moving on to a new college. She's going to be a junior in college. She's from Serbia originally, and she's working here at Chestnut Ridge. I've seen her play a practice match against a young woman who's #1 at Dartmouth, and it was very enjoyable one day to watch them play against each other. So I think that's going to be a ton of fun. Surely for me, because with Teodora, she doesn't have a car, so I've given her a ride a few times, and we've talked tennis on the way back and forth, and I keep thinking I'm going to tell her something very subtle that she hasn't heard of. And every single thing I've said, she says to me, "That's just what my coach taught me." So I have yet to come up with a new one for Teodora. So I'm looking forward to seeing her play. I think she really gets and understands the game, which is an important component of playing it well.
Always good to listen to the coach, and now we see Estevez and Dean have finished their warm-ups. Looks like Dean is going to serve first to open up the match. Estevez, again, a very short break in between the warm-up and the beginning of the match. He's back there. He's ready to go. And here Dean is now collecting himself, and the match will begin. And I'm looking forward to a good one here. Now Estevez is the player, of course, closer to us in the bright yellow shirt, and Dean is on the far side of the court with the Yale shirt on. Again, he was the #2 player for Yale last season, and a very good player for them. So I see we have a comment already online from Andres Barbosa, having a backhand return like Meisner makes being in the zone much easier. Thank you, Andres, for that. That's very, very, very kind of you. It's nice to have friends, and Andres is, of course, one of my old tennis friends who I've known since the juniors from Miami, and stayed in touch, and just a good guy, and teaches locally down in Miami and works with some of the top juniors down there. So thanks, Andres, for tuning in.
So we've seen Theo Dean start the match spraying a couple of forehands fairly wide.
Well, Dean, I don't think these two have played before. I had thought that they had met last weekend in the 25K UTR tournament out in New Jersey, but I was wrong, they didn't. So, I don't know that Dean has ever played somebody with the credentials of Estevez. So he may be a little nervous here, but I do expect Dean to get it going here. You see. Wow, what a backhand there by Estevez. Dean really did a good job of moving him around the court there, and Estevez just decided that this point is over.
Max showed up today. He's coming out of the gate far different than he did yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. So he's down. Estevez now has 3 break points here. Or actually, 4 break points because we're playing no end scoring. Dean misses his first serve. And when you're down break point, it's always a good thing to get your first serve in. So he's really up against the wall early in this match. Oh, and a really nice return there from Estevez to get the break.
Perfect.
What forces the error from Dean.
Putting just the right amount of pressure on between pace and placement there.
Yep. So now they'll switch ends, and Estevez will serve. Now I'm going to look for Dean to jump all over his serve there. So now we're getting a look in on Gurmendi and Kandel. Looks like Gurmendi broke Kandel in the first game, up 1-0. Again, Gurmendi now came through. Actually, by UTR wise, I believe Gurmendi was number 3 in this tournament.
I believe that's correct.
But as I mentioned, I had thought that Gurmendi's UTR was much higher than what it is, and I think now watching him and seeing what he did yesterday, I think that is as confirmed. One of the top players in NAIA, plays for Georgia Gwinnett College, one of the top Division III programs, and I do think he's going to roll right through Kandel today, but I could be wrong. A good nice shot there by Kandel. Now we're back with
beautiful top spin lob.
Dean and Estevez, with Estevez serving up 1-love. Yep, Dean looking a little shaky to start this match. I think he could be a little flustered. He's looking at Estevez. He gave him his best on a couple of points there, and Estevez just gave it right back to him.
Well, it's been the forehand that's let him down a little bit so far.
Yep.
And
you see the statistics on Dean. Dean has currently the highest UTR of any player in this tournament at 12.95. And well, you see, got a little look at the quickness there. I think that was the first drop shot that we've seen Estevez hit. Again, we saw him use it extremely effectively yesterday.
Yes.
So, well, one thing is clear: these guys are going to play. They're going to have some long points here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like. Now Estevez serving at 15-all. Wow, Dean really had a couple big forehands there, and this may be a case where a matchup with the lefty Estevez is just a little too tough for Dean. Dean, as he was coming in, chipped to what would normally be a player's backhand, and
yes.
Instead it was a very, very easy shot for a very comfortable Estevez.
He showed that ability yesterday on passing shots,
yes,
where he could just thread the needle without hitting it too hard. Just
yes,
perfect placement.
And that serve goes a little bit long, so
he did go for a little more, though.
Did go for a little bit.
He was
more
yesterday, so
right.
Maybe he is aware that that's going to be his possible weak link, and he's going to try to cover it up.
Well, let's see what happens here at 30-all. Again, Estevez broke in the first game to start the match. Estevez misses his first serve. So now Dean will get a look at his second serve. And Dean went for the big backhand there, and it kicked up just a little bit too high to do what he wanted to do with it.
I think he's got to stand in more to take that one earlier.
Yeah, I think that serve had a little bit of action on it. The bounce may not have been that clean, but yeah, certainly at 30-all, you got to make your opponent play. And it's so easy for us to say that, Bob, sitting up here in the shade, right?
Well, I think tennis is getting easier as I get older.
Yeah, I think completely the opposite. When Dean again went for a big backhand return, he's just going to need to make a little adjustment there. But at 30-all, he missed two backhands and both in the net, so he didn't make Estevez play at all. From 30-all on, he didn't put any pressure on him. So Dean now serving down love 2, down a break early in this first set. Again.
So once we get to the changeover, I have a topic for us just in watching this.
Okay.
We were talking about maybe Estevez hitting his second serve a little bigger than he actually owns. And the topic for each of us will be to answer the question, did you ever bluff in a match, bluff something? the shot that you didn't actually have. And we'll talk about that later. Is that another mishit forehand?
Another mishit forehand. Dean, very good return there from Estevez, but Dean just couldn't handle that deep return. So, Bob, if you're Dean, what do you do now to make an adjustment and get yourself back in this match?
Well, we were talking in the warm-up to the actual play beginning about being in the zone, and he's done the exact opposite of what I would say you need to do when you start a match. And the key indicator is the number of mishits. He's not on the ball, and you can't have your game at your disposal if you're not on the ball.
Okay, so what would you do to get on the ball?
I would basically take a game and say, I'm doing a watch the ball drill here.
Yeah.
I don't care about the results.
He was certainly on that forehand he just hit.
He was.
That
He
inside,
had a good one there.
Big inside-out forehand that he drew a short ball from Estevez off a big kick serve out wide. That was a very nice 1-2 punch there by Dean.
Well, this also brings up an interesting thing that we're going to be able to observe. If you don't start the match the way you would like, do you slow everything down then and say, today's not my day? Or do you trust your own problem-solving ability and keep trying to play your game?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see that Dean is going to take answer number 2. And that's his one chance to make this a really good match, because I think if he did just slow things down, Estevez will pick him apart, as we saw yesterday with his angles.
Yeah, well, I did notice on that point Dean was putting a little bit more on his ground strokes, but he was going for a little bit less. And there was an ill-advised drop shot, but I think that is something that I would do if I was Dean. I would go for a little bit of a safer margin. Mm-hmm. Put more balls in the court. So now we're at 30-all in this third game here. Dean already down a break. Absolutely crucial point here for Theo Dean. Misses his first serve. So now Estevez will get a look at his second serve at 30-all. Dean really went for a couple big backhands there. And Estevez, he just doesn't panic. He just sits back there and he rolls the ball, his forehand back deep and into the court and gets his opponent moving there and makes him uncomfortable. And that's a heck of a skill. Yes.
So that drop shot was ill-advised, and we'll talk a little bit more about why after this point.
You're talking about the drop shot that was at 30-15.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I agreed with you. Second time this weekend.
And
that's a
Dean,
great shot.
Dean again uses the same play, the big kick serve out wide and the inside out forehand, and that seems to be a good play. It's worked now the last 2 times he's used it. So now we'll have our first no-ad point of the day. And it looks like Estevez is going to take it on the deuce side.
Doesn't want to get kicked off the court.
I don't blame him. Dean just didn't get his legs under that backhand. That, Estevez sometimes, some of his shots, they don't have a lot of pace on them, and a lot of these players aren't used to it. I can tell you from Dean in playing, from what I see, and I watch a lot of college tennis, is a lot of the guys just hit the ball bang, bang, bang. You don't see a lot of guys taking pace off the ball like Estevez just did. So now we get a live look in on Gurmendi and Kandel, and Gurmendi up 2-1, 15 love in that first set. So Gurmendi is up a break, but Kandel hanging tough, and I'm watching. Kandel really, he's showing something little bit more than he did, a little more firepower than he showed yesterday. Even though he did win a couple of matches yesterday.
So just going back to that drop shot, so our listeners can maybe learn something about the game. If I'm Dean and I've gotten a poor start for what I consider to be my game against a solid baseliner, I want to show him as I'm starting to play some better points together that I'm willing to go toe-to-toe with him and save that drop shot for later in the match, and it can be more of a surprise.
Yeah. So now Estevez is up 2 breaks in this first set, and Dean is he's got to start figuring things out a little bit, and let's see if he can do it. I have faith that Dean is going to make a match out of this. And we got a double fault there from Estevez. We did see a few double faults from Estevez yesterday. He doesn't always get his legs under him on his serve, even though he is a very tall, very lean guy. I really think he could get more out of his serve. I really do. But it's hard to argue with a guy who's been living on the Pro Tour for 12 years and has done as well as Estevez has. But then we start looking, maybe he could have gone a little further. Who knows? So Estevez serving down love 15. Let's see if Dean can take advantage. What a great point that was. Dean really showed his speed. Estevez hit an unbelievable drop shot. Did you see that, Bob?
That speed was tremendous. That drop shot was perfect.
Did you see Dean, how he got to it? He slid into it, opened up the face of his racket to just drop that ball just on the other side of the net. That was an excellent play by Dean. Well done. So now
and as well as he hit it, Estevez didn't have it bounce twice. He was on that ball.
Right. Just that run a little bit long there. So Dean's now going to have 4 break points. Estevez taking a little look at the call there, but no dispute that was backhand was a little bit long, but Estevez really went for it there and just pulled it a little bit long, pushed it a little bit long, I should say. Another big backhand there from Estevez, and took Dean right off the court. But Bob, do you hear the sound coming off of the racket on Dean's forehand? The pop that's coming off of his forehand. It's amazing.
I thought this was a no weapon zone that we're in here in Mount Kisco, but apparently not. No, that's got a real crack on that forehand.
Oh, what a return there from Dean to get the break.
But one thing I would like to point out to our viewers is down love 40. Estevez played a very aggressive point. I know a lot of club players get down love 40 and they're like, okay, just get it in because you're going to lose the game. Pros don't take that attitude. They're like, I'm probably going to lose the game, but let me rattle this guy if I can and put a couple good shots together.
Yeah, I agree with that somewhat, Bob. That's correct. Dean Estevez did hit a very aggressive backhand on the down his first break point, but Dean really went for that forehand on the break point to get his first game of this set. Let's see if he can get his first hold. that forehand a little bit long. It looks like Dean is playing with the Babolat Pure Strike, if I can see correctly.
There are no holes in this wall that Estevez has put
There
up
are no
here.
holes.
This wall is incredible.
Nothing gets him flustered. Nothing gets Estevez flustered. It looks like, am I correct? Dean is playing with the with the Babolat Pure Strike, and it looks like Estevez is playing with the head Radical. Yeah.
I'm not sure about racket types. I really don't.
Yeah.
I'm like Uncle Tony, we're back with Rafa. They asked him what kind of string does Rafa use, and he goes, I don't know, that's his choice. I teach tennis. That's
And we had the serve. There we saw the serve and the volley from Dean. Serve and volley from Dean for the first time. You still used the big kick serve, but it's just a different look on how he executed and came up with the point there. So now Dean serving, I believe it's now 30-all in this game, and Dean is fighting for his first hold of the match.
He's definitely spotted that forehand.
He's definitely spotted that Dean forehand, and Estevez's backhand. I'm sitting right behind where he's hitting it from his backhand corner, and it seems like he's hitting the ball in the center of the racket every time. It's just solid.
So I was watching a little of Alcaraz final today in Hamburg, and that kick serve in the ad court, both Alcaraz and his opponent, Lorenzo Musetti, were using that extensively, and they were doing just what the guys here were doing, using it as a way to occasionally serve and volley because the opponent is so far back in the court. So we've got our guys playing pro patterns here.
This is a deuce point, isn't it?
It is a deuce point.
Broken string here from Dean. So now Estevez definitely spotted that. So Dean's going to have to come up with something creative.
Slice.
And he looks like he. Oh, and that again, Estevez, just his passing shot. He just doesn't panic. Does not panic just takes his time and hits beautiful passing shots, and that's a mark of a seasoned pro. So now we get a look in at Gurmendi and Kandel, with Gurmendi up 3-2 in this first set, and I got to tell you, Kandel's holding a little tighter than I expected against Gurmendi. Let's see if he can get a break back here. Gurmendi with the
beautiful overhead.
Beautiful overhead, and that's, I believe, he's on the sunny side for a righty,
yes,
correct?
He is.
So now Gurmendi is serving up 3-2, 15-all. And those two having a tight first set match over there. So, but back on our court, Dean is in a whole heap of trouble here. Estevez again with a very short break on the changeover. I don't think the heat is bothering Max at all.
Come on over here. So I'm going to tell a story. We're talking about playing in the sun right now. And Tommy used to play with me. He's a lefty. He's on the team at Columbia. I'm a righty. And I wanted to play at 9 in the morning because the sun was in the lefty's eyes. And he'd go, I'm going out. Come on, I can't make it at 9. Let's play at 1. And he'd get the sun in my eyes. It all depended what time of day, who was going to win our match. And just tell us it's true, and we'll get back to our broadcast duties here. But yeah, okay. Okay.
And I play with Tom all the time, and I know all about Tom's game. His lefty overhead, and it's unbelievable. His one of the best overheads I've ever seen. Jeez. Wow, what a fantastic point there. And I got to tell you, Estevez was out of that point 3 times.
He was.
And Dean was out of that point twice. And Estevez just came up with a little more. The guy, he just doesn't give up. That's the mark of a pro.
Now, when
that's another level.
Watching him, are you watching him and going, this guy is really fast?
Which one?
Estevez.
I'm watching both of them and thinking they're really fast compared to me.
But somehow to me, with Dean, it's more apparent.
Yeah.
But the speed, this guy just covers the court, and it doesn't seem like he's working that hard.
Yeah, effortlessly. And I think that might be the first forehand error that I've seen from
yes,
Estevez
I agree
today.
completely.
The first really bad one.
Mm-hmm.
But he had mishit that ball a little bit. The first miss, let's say it's the first miss hit from Estevez so far today. And I got to tell you, Dean has upped his game, but Estevez also upped his game, so he's got another level as well. And again, that's the mark of a seasoned pro, with having another gear.
I'm sorry, the mark is?
The mark of a seasoned pro, when you're having another gear. When your opponent raises his level, you raise your level.
Yes, absolutely.
So now, Estevez serving at 40-15, now up 4-1. Dean forces, with a very strong approach shot, forces the errant lob from Estevez to get this game to 40-30.
For the club players watching that one, do you notice how high in the air Estevez went to hit that lob? He certainly was trying to make the shot, but when you hit it that high, you're trying to send a message, I'm trying to annoy you, and make him work extra hard to finish that point.
Yeah, I don't think the message was I'm trying to annoy you. I think the message was I'm going to do everything and what a really nice backhand return there from Dean to get this game to a deuce point. But I think the message with that lob was I'm going to do everything I possibly can to win this point and every point, and you're going to have to work extremely hard to beat me.
So we have another no-ad point coming here.
We do. We have a no-ad point. Dean has chosen to take this on the deuce side.
So here's the big question. It did come up. Is he going to attack this second serve on a big point?
Well, if I'm Dean, the last time he had a couple break points and attacked, he missed the return. So it looks like he got the double fault there from Estevez, and Estevez a little bit upset with himself at double faulting. So now Dean gets another break back, but he's still in search of his first hold of the match. Got a question here. How much rest do these guys get in between the semis and finals? So we're going to have, in between the semis and finals, we're going to have an exhibition match with Ava Bruno and Teodora Ristic.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to play a 2 best-of-3 short sets, no ad scoring. So these guys will get about an hour in between.
An hour or a touch more?
Yeah, an hour or a touch more. But at least an hour.
Yeah, at least an hour, yes.
And again, it is an extremely, extremely hot day here. I know Andres Barbosa, who asked that question, is down in Miami, where it's probably hotter than the sun today. But I got to tell you, it's pretty hot here too today. About 95, 96 degrees here. On the court, it's probably upwards of 120, Bob. So now Dean serving up 15 love, down 2-4. Nice, very deep return there from Estevez. He stepped in on the Dean second serve. And I'm watching Dean. If there was one thing that I think Dean could certainly improve is his second serve. His serve in general. I'd like to see him move it around a little bit more. It doesn't look like he's hitting his spots very well, but You know, again, I only watch these guys in isolation. I have seen Dean play a couple of times, but certainly not. I don't have a full body of work to work with. But so these are my observations. And again, he doesn't always get up to his forehand. Needs to be a little bit closer in. That may have to do because Estevez's ball is so deceptive, and sometimes the pace just comes right off of it. Dean serving down 15-30 here, and gets the forehand return error from Estevez to take this game to 30-all. Again, another crucial game for Dean to get back in this match, get back in this set. Again, Dean serving at 30-all, down 2-4 in this first set. Really nice out wide serve there from Dean. That serve had a lot of action. Luckily, from where we're sitting, Bob, we could really see the action on that ball.
Oh, that was beautiful. He pulled him almost to the doubles alley on the next court.
So now game point for Dean to get his first hold of the match. And again, he used the same play there. Didn't use it as effectively. It looked like he held back a little bit on that forehand, and it cost him because holding back just that little bit, Bob, it allowed Estevez to get to the ball and shove it up the line.
Once again, Estevez taking the deuce court. Even though that last slice was so good, I think he's saying that kicker is more consistent.
It's now another deuce point here. I think we had several deuce points in this first set. Again,
yes, we have.
Fortunately, we don't have anybody keeping stats, but it'd be nice to know how many deuce points we've had. And use Estevez again, just with the forehand. You cannot come in on this guy's forehand.
No.
He can do so much with that forehand that you're on your back foot every time you come into the net. It's just impossible to handle. So now Estevez in big time control of this first set.
And Gurmendi as well, as we switch to the next court, up 5-2.
And Gurmendi is up 5-2 now. Okay, so Gurmendi has now opened it up a little bit on the up on court 9. Nice. So again, Gurmendi playing Matt Kandel. Kandel, a star on the Williams College men's tennis team. They got to the Division III semifinals this year, I believe. And Gurmendi, a star at Georgia Gwinnett, one of the, believe it or not, everybody, if you don't follow tennis very well, you'd say, well, Georgia Gwinnett, no way, they're going to be very strong in tennis. Let me tell you something, you're wrong. That school has had a long history of having some really, really strong teams, as do several schools in the NAIA, because the reason for that are the scholarship rules are a little different. They get 8 scholarships per team, as opposed to in Division I, where schools only get 4.5 on the men's side. And also in the NAIA, there's a rule in Division I where you start losing eligibility if you haven't started college at least within one semester of graduating high school. So Gurmendi decided he was going to go out, play on the tour a little bit for a few years, and then go to college. So he couldn't go to a Division I school because he'd already lost his eligibility. So he went to an NAI school and is continuing his education and playing on an extremely strong tennis team there. So now we have Estevez serving up 15 love, second serve coming.
So that would
You got a
like
double
his only weakness we can see in Estevez is the double faults that he's throwing in.
Yeah.
Still a few too many today. But besides that, once the ball's in play, he's been immovable object.
Yeah, that's correct, Bob. You know, it's and it's not like he's going for a heck of a lot on the serve. So. Interesting, everybody, if you don't know, in college tennis in Division I, they don't play any lets.
That's
meaning
right.
That there are no lets, meaning that if the ball hits the net on a serve and goes in the box, you play it out. Now, there's the ITA Rules Committee just met last week, and now that's going to be the same on both the men and the women's side. And I think it may even extend to all levels of college tennis. It may extend to Division II and Division III also. That I'm not sure about, but I do know that the women in Division I will have the same rule as the men going forward, where no lets will be called. And we just got word that Alexis Gurmendi won the first set on court 9, 6-2. So now Estevez serving at 30-all, up 5-2 in this first set. So it sounds like Gurmendi really opened up the second set, or the first set, and
Kandel was, not in an abusive way, but his racket, he was tossing it up and down a little bit over there. So he's getting to him. Mm-hmm.
We saw it yesterday. Kandel's got a little bit of fire to him. That was really well done, even though Dean did go to the forehand side there on the approach. He hit it, he just smacked the approach and was able to get himself in position to hit a volley and win the point. So now Dean has a couple more break points at 30-40. Second set, the second serve coming up here for Estevez. And another
Three double faults
to
in
give away the game, and he's
back in this set.
Dean is back in the set. He's still down one more break.
Yes, but that's not that big a deal the way it's going.
That's
right?
true. We may have to call this he's down one more hold.
Good move.
Because Dean has only held one time so far, but let's see if Dean can take advantage of this opportunity here. That's not going to do it. No. Oh, and Dean did guess right, but he pushed the volley just a little bit long, and now down to love 15.
Again, there was some great speed there.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
that was a really nice drop half volley, but still got there.
It sat up quite a bit. I think so? I think that Estevez, it was, if he would have lost that point, would have regretted doing a little, that he didn't do a little more with that. So now Dean serving down love 30, serving to stay in this first set. And that was not a good time for that kind of drop shot by Dean.
Well, I think that's sort of a sign of I'm not sure what to do.
I think you're right, Bob.
I've got to work this point. I'm not sure what to do, and
But Dean keeps using that kick serve out wide on the ad side pretty effectively.
Yes.
So now 3 more set points here for Estevez. Oh, what another unbelievable forehand passing shot to close out the set for Estevez. Absolutely amazing. So Estevez
I'll sell it to you.
Estevez just came over to ask the tournament director if he could have a Gatorade, and told him he would pay him back. And nicely, the tournament director says, "Don't worry about it, Max. We got this one." That was a very funny exchange there. So now
the remarkable thing, most of those passing shots with the forehand have gone down the line.
Yeah,
that one. He went the other way, but it also hit an inch inside the line, just like the ones down the line. The accuracy is uncanny.
We got a live look in on Kandel and Gurmendi, with Gurmendi winning the first set. Looks like Kandel is up in this first game. And we got a little flub in the scoreboard, but we'll get that taken care of. Wow, yeah. That passing shot from Estevez to close out the first set was spectacular. Now Gurmendi Kandel serving at 30-15 in the first game of the second set. You see again, the camera, because of how the spectacular equipment we have. The courts look so much more dry than they are. Mm-hmm. But Kandel with a beautiful serve and volley there. Really, that was not an easy volley he just hit. That he just hit for a winner. It was really well done by Kandel.
Well, in his upset of Estevez yesterday, he made a few great serve and volley plays as well. That's part of his repertoire.
Yep, and he just took the first game of the second set there from Alexis Gurmendi, and really strong serve in there from Matt Kandel. Kandel is bopping around the court trying to get something going there. Back on court 10 with Estevez serving first game of the second set. Estevez really just pushing Estevez just pushing Dean off the court. Mm-hmm. If you had to guess here, it looks like Estevez has a little more experience on clay than Dean, probably, I would say. Dean grew up in Northern California, not a lot of hard shoe courts in California. And
well, I was at a beautiful clay court club right around Newport Beach many years ago. Mm-hmm. Huge club, 36 hard courts and 4 beautiful red clay. And there were a bunch of people waiting around, not playing. And I said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "I'm not playing on the red clay. I'm waiting for a hard court."
Yeah, I don't blame him. But Max Estevez, I think his middle name is I was born on clay. Max, I was born on clay Estevez. That forehand a little bit long, gets Dean his first point of this second set. Estevez serving at 30-15, having won the first set. What
beautiful volley.
Great play there by Dean. He foresaw that Estevez was probably going to go down the line there, and he did a great job cutting off that volley. That was not an easy volley.
Not at all.
Again, you see Estevez just glides around the court very comfortably. It makes you hit a couple extra shots each time. And in a long match, that can wear an opponent down. 30-all. That's the first drop shot in 2 days I have seen Estevez hit wide.
Mm-hmm.
Remember yesterday we saw he hit a couple right on the line against Emil Grancheville, and now we have another deuce point here. No, actually,
it's ad.
It's 30-40 right now. Estevez again missing his first serve. Dean with a he's going to get a look at a second serve here, Bob, to hopefully break for his first game in the second set. Oh, and he's going to get the ball coming over from the first court. That's going to be should be a first serve for Estevez. I guess Estevez just assumed that Dean was giving him a first serve, but that's the right thing to do. He was in the middle of his serve when that ball came over. And Estevez goes for the slider out wide and misses it. So Dean is going to get a look at his second serve here on break point. Dean plays a very smart point and elicits the forehand error from Estevez. Estevez did something that was a little unlike him there. He really tried to take control of the point and he hit a more of an aggressive inside-in forehand than we've seen him hit so far today, and it worked out well for Dean. So now we're going to get the look in on Gurmendi and Kandel with at 1-all in this second set. Kandel now serving up 15-love at 1-all. Let on the first serve from Kandel. So Kandel again with the sleeveless shirt there, showing off his biceps there. Again, him being on the football team probably spends more time in the weight room than your average tennis player. Even though
definitely does.
These days, you look at Rafael Nadal and some of the other players, different world out there. So Kandel trying to take it to Gurmendi, serving and volleying. It's going to be up 30-love in this game. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He just, we must have missed a few points because that's a game for Kandel there. So Kandel's up 2-1 in the second set. Now we're looking at Theo Dean serving at 1. He's up 1-love in the first set, and 1-love in the second set, having lost the first. And
so one thing that's almost happened invisibly, there have been a ton of breaks in this match.
There have been a ton of breaks.
And so, like you were sort of kidding around at the end of the first set, holding serve is almost like a break.
Yep.
And look at him run that ball down again.
Estevez just runs everything down. He makes you hit one more shot, and Dean hit a Dean. I like what Dean did there, but he didn't really stick that volley.
I agree.
And it wasn't an easy volley. A high, it was but he needed to stick it maybe just a little bit more, and Estevez was able to track it down. Backhand error there from Estevez. So now Dean serving at 15-30. And another forehand error there from Estevez. So Dean has gotten this game back to 30-all. And Dean pushed that volley back just a little bit long. And now it looks like Estevez is going to get a look at a break point here. And again, everybody, I see we have quite a few people watching on our YouTube site here. We do have the live chat available. One of our faithful listeners has been asking some questions, but we'd like to see a little bit more interaction from everybody else out there. So please let us know you're out there. And Estevez now just broke back to get this second set back at 1-all. And big breeze coming through now.
So the question in this match really for Dean is, how can I use my serve better so that I can hold? If I can do that, I can win this match because I'm able to break pretty frequently here.
Absolutely, Bob. I think that's going to be a key to this match is who can figure out how to hold. This match, it may be decided by holds and not breaks. Now let on the first serve from Estevez in this 1-all game. First point of this 1-all game. 2 in a row. Exact same serve. Estevez, little mishit on that second serve there. I don't think he caught any of the strings on that one. So now Dean with the first point of this third game of the second set after Estevez won the first. Dean went for that big forehand and just missed it. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that's what he was trying to do there. It looked like he caught that ball a little bit behind himself, and it's now at 15-all. Really nice play there.
Beautifully there.
Really nice play. He was taking the ball a little bit earlier there and forcing Dino around the court. But again, his shots were not overly aggressive. Estevez is hitting the ball with a lot of margin on it, and he's giving a lot of different looks. He makes his opponent extremely uncomfortable. Now he's up 30-15. And that's just no problem for Estevez.
Wow.
Just no problem. Dean frustrated a little bit, and I gotta say that I can't blame him. Three different kinds of screams there from Dean, and that just tells you what kind of day it's been for him. And he is. You're not going to see a heck of a lot of players like this in college tennis. Like Estevez,
no, that
playing this kind of style.
Court is just so good.
Yeah, he's just so fast. He just slides around the court just absolutely beautifully. And Max pulls that ball a little bit wide.
That's been the only sort of weak link. We've seen a couple forehands fly, a couple go wide. In the beginning of the match, there were no forehand errors.
Yeah.
A little bit of an open door for Dean if he can take advantage.
A little bit, but he's also down game point here. So, Estevez he certainly goes for a little bit more on his forehand. He really tries to shove you around the court. Okay, Gurmendi up 3-1 on the on court 9 in the second set.
Kandel's up 3-1.
I'm sorry, Kandel's up 3-1 in the second set. That's a surprise.
What a
Looks
beautiful
like I owe
shot.
Brad Breakstone a little bit of money. So I bet that.
He has
No,
this
we're not gonna talk
reserve.
about
He
that.
doesn't. He could hit the ball like that every time,
Yep.
but he elects to. When he does it just once in a while, it's a surprise as well as being
Yep.
very good.
So Estevez gets the hold to go up 2-1. So Estevez now up a hold in the second set.
Philip.
Let's see. So we just got a comment from somebody named Jeremiah Driansky. Must be a friend of Brad Breakstone's, because he says, Brad just called me and told me that he would beat these guys 6-0. 6-0. Could be a friend of Brad Mazey's. That sounds like something Brad Mazey would say, more than Brad Breakstone, so. But not sure which connection is. And Bob's going to step out of the booth, so you guys are going to have to listen to me for a couple of minutes here. And another comment from Andres Barbosa. What a nightmare to return from the ad side for Dean. Absolutely. You're 100% right on, Andres. That slider out wide, followed by that forehand buff from Estevez, is just a tough combination. So, and again, Estevez with another forehand passing shot. That one on the return, the Dean return to serve, return off of the Dean serve. Just absolutely beautiful from Estevez. He just holds that forehand absolutely beautifully, and Dean keeps coming into his forehand. That's not gonna get it done. And a beautiful forehand there from Dean with that 1-2 punch he's used so many times. The kick serve out wide, followed by the big forehand. And that was down more of a little bit of an inside out forehand, but it was more from the same side of the court, so maybe. Game score now is 15-all. I'm sorry, 15-30. And Dean again uses the same pattern. I mean, that's money, time and time again. Really beautiful play there, and it's all set up by the big kick serve there from Theo Dean. That's a nice play there. Nice play there from Dean. He's used that play a few times with the slider out wide on the deuce side into the Estevez backhand, and it's worked pretty well for him. So now he used it again very nicely, Dean, to set up game point here. Dean serving 40-30. Went for the a little bit bigger out wide and just missed it. And I'm sitting right on that line, so no question it was wide. And Estevez, Dean did something a little bit different there and went to the Estevez backhand on the second serve, and Estevez used the backhand to open up the court for his forehand, took advantage of it. So now we're going to have another deuce point here at 1-2. And Bob now back in the booth. So Bob, we're at deuce point here now, 1-2. And I'm going to say Dean goes for the slider out wide. And again, he did. didn't really hit it that well, and Estevez was able to get the return down low, and Dean unfortunately missed volley. Estevez now gets a break, so he just consolidated his hold.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did.
So Estevez now up 3-1 in the second set, having won the first set. And Kandel and Gurmendi really battling out there now on court 9 with Kandel up 3-2. Gurmendi serving up. Gurmendi serving down 2-3, 15-30.
Well, I think both of us were thinking the Gurmendi match would be a little more one-sided in his favor.
I certainly did.
So all the credit to Kandel for really showing up today and putting up a really good fight out there.
Absolutely. Kandel's a fighter, no doubt about it.
So those of you that were just watching, you see this is one of the interesting things that goes back to the inner game of tennis. That first serve was a fault, and Dean relaxed, let the racket go through the ball, and with no effort hit a rocket right to the baseline.
Yep.
But as soon as the point counts, people tend to tense up and muscle the ball around the court. He showed right there what he's capable of if he could access that relaxed body tension.
Well done. Estevez showing that he's not just the baseliner there, that he can come into the net and finish points off at the net.
Yeah.
And wow, Gurmendi, I got to look over and just hit an unreal half volley drop shot winner.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, off a screaming Kandel passing shot attempt.
I did feel that Dean, though, on that last passing shot, didn't pick a very good target.
I would agree with you. Ooh, and Estevez pushes that backhand volley just a little bit wide. Looks like he got stuck into his body a little bit. Yes, Andres Barbosa, Kandel does have a huge serve. Probably the biggest serve in the tournament that we have seen so far. You know, maybe a year or two ago, without question, it would have been Gary Kushnerovich. But
without question,
I think Kandel this year might get the serve award.
3-3 on court 9.
So now it's 3-3 in court 9 in the second set, with Gurmendi having won the first. So they're battling out there. And well played point there from Dean to fight off a couple of really deep shots there from Estevez. Now Estevez serving down with 3 break points coming up for Dean to get back on hold. You like that, Bob? You didn't even catch that. To get back on hold.
Get back on hold. You're starting a new.
Or back on
trend here.
break.
A new tennis phrase.
Yeah. And that ball backhand flies a little bit long for Estevez, and Dean gets the break. So we'll change ends at Dean down 2-3 in this second set. We'll get a look in over here at Gurmendi, and Estevez with Kandel serving up 30-15. And an absolutely beautiful drop shot there from Gurmendi gets this game to 30-all. But Gurmendi does use a lot of the court. He moves around the court very, very well. Very, he's built much differently than Estevez is, but still he moves around clay court incredibly, incredibly well. Compared to Kandel, who is from the Northeast, playing college tennis, probably rarely plays on hard true courts.
Mm-hmm.
But Kandel was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, so, pretty unusual for a 5-star recruit to wind up at a D3 school. Maybe it was because he wanted to play both football and baseball.
Good point.
I'm sorry, football and tennis. Obviously tennis, and a beautiful passing shot there from Gurmendi to set up break point. And maybe we can stay with this match just to see see if Gurmendi breaks. So Gurmendi is going to get a look at 2 break points here. So Gurmendi breaks. This is a crucial game in this match, and 3-all in the second set. And now Kandel, another lefty, and with a big serve, and wow, does Gurmendi hit a great return, makes Kandel hit a very difficult volley, and Kandel can't come up with it. Gurmendi gets the break to go up 4-3 in the second set there in that match. So now we have Theo Dean serving down Love 15-2-3 in this second set here. Dean really picking on the Estevez backhand there, and that hasn't served him that well in this match, but Estevez kept going cross court and ended up pushing the backhand long, so we're at 15-all in that.
Well, the first point of this game, if the viewers can remember back just 2 points, Dean came to the net and made a half volley, and he tried it with underspin. And as I teach all my students, a half volley should have topspin, otherwise it pops up in the air too high, and that's just what happened. It sat right up there, and it was a very easy finish.
That's right. So
for Estevez.
You see in the corner of the screen there, the little bit of controversy erupting on Court 9 as that match is at a very, very tense moment there, but another controversy involving Kandel. So, oh wait. I thought Gurmendi had gotten the break over there, but I guess we were wrong on the score. Oh man, I don't know what's going on over there on that court now.
Not sure. Perfect spot again.
Yeah.
So he's hanging on to that.
Now
call.
Gurmendi did get the break over there, so
That was a break.
that was a break. Okay, so Gurmendi now is up 4-3. Out on Court 9. So, and Kandel clearly upset at what happened on the point before with the call. Anyway, we're looking at Dean now down 3 break points, and so. And another beautiful return passing shot there from Estevez to get the break. So Estevez has now gone back up a hold.
He pinpoints those returns. He makes it look so easy.
Sure does.
And
I
a
feel
player here at Chestnut Ridge, who's my age, who has been doing that to all of us for years, is John James.
Yeah, John hits a little bit differently than Estevez.
A little differently, but I mean the precision.
But yes, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now Estevez serving up 4-2 in this second set. And Gurmendi now serving on Court 9 up 4-3 in the second set. with Gurmendi having won the first set, and Estevez having won the first set. So. Well, and Estevez
Beautiful
again
shot.
using the forehand, the differently shaped forehand, let's call it, to open up that point. Really, really well done from a seasoned pro, Estevez. And you can't see this on camera, but if off to the right of our camera, there's a nice crowd gathering here in the shade on the hill at Chestnut Ridge, and we just saw Estevez take a first serve and that bounce ping pong style before
Yes, it
before the
did.
net. And we saw him do that once yesterday, and I was a little surprised at it, but now I see it's his thing. And Dean floats that backhand a little bit long, so Dean's in a whole heap of trouble here now. Up down 30-love in this game. Down 4-2 in the second set. Dean can't come up with the volley, pushes it wide, and now Estevez has 4 game points to go up 5-2 in this second set and really, really take charge of this match. Oh, what a big forehand there. Dean really opened up a can on that one. So now,
Good time at 40 love.
well, look, now 40-15 here. Estevez again serving to go up 5-2. Beautiful backhand from Estevez to take that game and put a stranglehold on this match. And I got to tell you, Estevez, he had probably his right foot on the doubles alley line when he drove that backhand down the line. It was really, really well done from Estevez, wouldn't you say, Bob?
Oh, beautiful. I mean, I love the way he has a lot more when he's lining up the ball than he can actually do on 90% of his shots. But then when he just softens the guy up just enough and then he lets it go, it's so hard to adjust to that change of pace and direction.
That's right. So now we're looking in on Kandel and Gurmendi, with Gurmendi now has also taken a stranglehold on that match. He's up 5-3, Kandel serving love 15. And Kandel, another lefty with he's got a really, really effective serve. I always say, Bob, if I had been born lefty and maybe 2 inches taller, I might not have had to go to law school. And another really effective second serve into the Gurmendi body that Gurmendi can't come up with the goods. So Kandel up 30-love in that game, and trying to make Gurmendi serve the match out. Now we're looking at Theo Dean serving to stay in the match here on court number 10. Misses the first serve. And Estevez misses that forehand a little bit wide on the line. Standing right on that line, and even Dean was a little cautious to call that ball out, but he did, and he was a correct call.
Good call.
Yes. So Dean now serving up 15-love here to stay in the match. Dean again going for the out wide serve there, but didn't kick it as much, and we ended up going a little bit long. Oof. I gotta tell you, I thought Dean hit a really good second serve there, but Max just took that backhand off of his hip, and it was in, and drove it deep.
Well, again,
So
for club players, notice 6-3-5-2. Max is upping his level of aggression because he's got a little padding here, and he's trying to finish his opponent off.
And Dean gets the lucky break on the forehand leg cord, just dribbles over, so now he's up 30-15. Serving to stay in the match. And Kandel just got up for a slam dunk overhead on Gurmendi. It looks like he held, and Gurmendi, they're going to change sides. Gurmendi's going to serve for the match. Ooh, Dean looks like he missed that forehand just a little bit wide. Very, very close. Yep, just missed it wide. Yep. And the referee confirms the call. And yep. Well, we're right after this.
Well, we're
this game.
close to
this is where same thing's going on here.
all.
We're at 30 all in this match with Dean talking a little bit about the call there. Looks like the referee was a little bit should have been a little more decisive, I think, Bob. But anyway, Dean now shakes it off, and he's going to serve at 30 all, trying to stay in this second set.
So did he uphold the out call?
He did. 30 all here. Oh, what a beautiful drop shot there by Estevez. What a beautiful drop. And Estevez, he just played great defense there. Dean took him way off the court, and Estevez had to hit a stretch backhand, and he hit it back. Not only did he hit it back nice. So now Estevez has earned himself 2 match points. And on court 9, also Gurmendi coming to the line to serve for the second set there. And Gurmendi puts that back in the net, so these two play a deuce point, match point. And looks like Kandel took the first point on court 9, so Gurmendi serving at love 15.
Well, here's where he's had the wide kick follow up with the inside out forehand. So,
well, let's see which side Estevez is
he's
going
to go to the deuce.
Looks like he's going to take it on the deuce side.
Yeah.
So
we won't see that one.
Right. I think Dean will he'll probably try to hit the slider out wide here. And Kandel misses the backhand long, and Gurmendi circles the call, so we're at 15 all in that game. And Dean went for the one up the middle. I think that was the wrong move, Bob, but we'll see. Now second serve coming from Dean, match point, deuce point. A shaky second serve. And Dean really earned that
He sure
point
did.
there.
That is a hold.
Yeah,
One of his few.
Yeah, Estevez was really looking to open up the court there in the back. And now let's look at Gurmendi and Kandel. I believe Gurmendi's up third. Well, now won that. Looks like Kandel won that point, so it looks like we're at 30 all in that game. So crucial point coming up for Gurmendi and Kandel as Gurmendi is trying to serve out the second set on court number 9.
We'll stay on this until late. We're gonna go over.
Now, I'm not sure what I would advise what Kandel just did, trying to play at 30 all, down 4-5, and playing moonball tennis, and ends up hitting a short, easy ball for Gurmendi to take advantage of. You know, that doesn't seem like it's Kandel's game, but to play it at that point, at a crucial point in a match like that, probably not the best idea. So now Gurmendi at match point. Gurmendi gets the service, gets a return error from Kandel and takes the match 6-2, 6-4. And we'll see Gurmendi a little bit later in the finals here. Now back to Estevez and Dean, where Estevez is trying to serve out the match. I believe it is now 15-30. So Dean's got a chance to break back here and tighten up this second set. This would be extraordinary to see Dean get back in this second set. Big kick on that second serve there, and Estevez misses that forehand long, so Dean is going to get a chance to serve again to stay in the match and level
Brian,
this match at 5 all.
Between us, we played a lot of singles matches, especially back in the day. Do you ever recall being in a match where, let's say, they've had 18 games, I would say 14 have been service breaks. Were you ever in a match like that yourself?
Probably in the 12 and unders.
Okay, there we go.
Right.
12
Let's
and
thank one of our sponsors here, Bombas. At Bombas, we believe a more comfortable world is a better world. Everyone, no matter their circumstances, deserves to put on clean clothes that feel good. So we perfected socks, underwear, and t-shirts you'll want to live in. Created apparel you'll never want to take off, and for every item you purchase for yourself, we donate an item to someone affected by homelessness. Thank you, Bombas.
Thank you, Bombas.
Can I ask you to give us a little room here? Thank you.
Scott, I'm going to get you in 2 minutes when this match is over.
Okay, so now on the changeover, Dean coming to the line to serve to stay in the match. He did a good job of getting himself back in position to level this match up if he can hold here.
Yeah. Do we have the mic for him?
We'll get to that. So, Dean, that volley hit a pretty good volley. Got a little bit of a rough bounce off that volley, and luckily for Dean, it didn't come up, and Estevez couldn't come up with the passing shot here. So Dean now serving Down 4-5, up 15 love. Max hit two. Looks like he hit 2 balls off the line there.
Yes.
In between Dean's
Dean shot hit
Dean
off
shot
the line
heading
as
off the
well.
line as well. So these guys really, you talk about tennis being a game of inches, Bob. We're talking millimeters here.
For sure.
No, that serve was a little bit long. No, 15 all. Again, Dean serving to stay in the match.
Oh boy.
And he gets the the backhand error from Estevez. Estevez tightening up a little bit now that the match is tightened up.
Absolutely. We've seen it.
So and it looks like
A few
Dean,
more unforced errors in the last couple of
yeah,
games.
and Dean's now you can see Dean's confidence gaining a little bit. He's starting to hit the ball with a little bit more pop, cooling down a little bit out there. There's a lot more of the court in the shadow. So maybe Dean's getting his second win. And if I'm Alexis Gurmendi, I'm sitting inside in the nice cold shower right now. So double fault there from Dean. So now a crucial point at 30 all. And again, we're playing no ad scoring. So these 30 all points are essentially deuce. And it's, man, are they important. I think Dean's probably got a little more experience playing no ad than Estevez. But playing college tennis, which is no ad scoring. What a fabulous point. Point of the match there at probably the most crucial stage of the match at 30 all of this game with Dean serving at 4-5. What defense both of these guys played on that point, Bob. Really, really tremendous. Dean made a
That was tremendous.
great grab out on his forehand with
They're both
squash
taking
shot.
a little time, as they should, with the tremendous heat. That was well earned to try to recover between points here, because we've got a tremendously important point coming up, and after a point like that, you hate to start the next point if you're still breathing heavy.
Absolutely.
Try to stall it a little bit if you can.
Especially Estevez now has 2 match points here. So, but both of these players digging deep on that last point. Oh, and Dean had a shot there, but Estevez comes up with it, and then the match. And so we will see the two in our all-Argentinian final here between Estevez and Gurmendi coming up. Really cordial handshake from the two. So we'll be back in a little bit, and we'll we're going to have an exhibition women's match, and
Yes, but
we'll
we need
set
to
that
get the
up,
mic.
and we'll be back in a little bit. But everybody, thank you for joining us, and see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, hi tennis fans, it's Bob Shavir. I'm back here, and in the background you can see the two young women warming up who are going to be playing an exhibition round the way we played yesterday, short sets to 4, no ad scoring, 2 out of 3 sets. And I'll be introducing the specific players in just a moment, but right now I'm here with Matt Kandel, who was one of our semifinalists, the number 2 player at Williams College. And let me first congratulate you. This is a very strong field, and you played an excellent tournament this weekend. In addition to, I don't know if you remember, back to Friday, getting a Pro-Am win for my granddaughter in the doubles. So that I appreciate that. And you won.
We won with them.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
good.
it was good.
Okay, so
Thank
you've
you.
spread a lot of goodwill around here. So that's excellent. So I wouldn't doubt that as you played an Argentinian that the clay court experience is far higher for him than for you, or did you grow up playing enough clay court tennis?
I actually went to a tennis academy in South Carolina for 2 years, which was all on clay. So I would say his experience is probably still higher than mine, but I'm not a newbie to the clay.
I see.
So especially I think I probably played my best tennis today, just feeling the clay a little bit. So yeah, it was good to be back on the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching mostly the stadium match, but occasionally when they had a changeover, we'd flip and see some of yours. And
Yeah.
I thought that when he raises the level on his forehand, he hits the ball a level harder than any other player in the tournament. Would you agree with that, or?
Yeah, I mean his forehand's pretty killer when he steps in. So it's pretty hard. My strategy was pretty much just serve and volley on every first serve, and in the second set it worked pretty well. There was one tight call there at 3-all, which could have gone either way. Could have gone either way, so could have been a tighter set, but he's pretty tough to break with his ground strokes.
Yeah, he's had a very big winning streak. He won a tournament in Poughkeepsie just a week or two ago.
I think, yeah.
2 tournaments, okay. And then the first rounds yesterday, he went one game. So it really showed that he's a really, really tough opponent. So what's the college season looking like for your team? Do you have a lot of people coming back, or how's it looking?
So we only lost 2 starters, and we got 3 freshmen coming in, all who look like really promising young guys. So we made the Elite 8 last year for D3. Obviously, a little disappointed. We thought we could have gone a little further. Hopefully this year we're going to kick it up a notch and hopefully win the championship. So, yeah, high hopes for Williams tennis for sure.
Fantastic. So one of the guys was also telling me that you're on the football team. Is that correct?
I was on the football team. I'm not sure I'm going to play this year. I might focus on tennis. But yeah, I have played Williams football.
Sure, so. Cool. So I'd only say, watching you play tennis, I hope you decide to stick with the tennis. We don't want you to get hurt and
that's what my tennis coach says.
Miss out on some of your tennis, which you even saw you were getting better as the tournament went on, and you played a fantastic semifinal.
Thank you. Yeah,
okay.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming by and talking with us.
Thanks so much.
Are we good?
Do I just tell them we'll be back?
Yep. Yeah, we'll be back in just a moment. The women are just taking their final warm-up serves, and we'll be in to call the match. Brian, could you let Scott in?
Scott, yes, we met before. How are you?
We do. I came and did this last year.
That's right. Sorry I had to shoot you really.
It was so hot, though. You know,
So
I was
hot.
not
I just
I
need
was
a little
not
bit-
standing out there no matter what.
You could just hold, or you could use this one.
Just clip
Yeah.
that right to your, right up there. I'm gonna clip it right up to your,
Oh yeah, I can clip it.
right on your collar.
Okay, so yes. So Scott Shannon, who's my partner on our podcast, Outside the Lines, has joined us for a couple minutes in the booth. He arrived towards the tail end of the men's semifinals. What did you think of the level of play you were witnessing out there?
Right off the bat, as I came down the hill, I was very impressed with the exchange in the ground strokes and the length of the points, the accuracy of the shots. And except for that one time in the middle of the set when the unforced errors began to come from the lefty, there was a lot of consistency.
Excuse me 1 second. So it's Ava Bruno serving to Teodora Ristic. Short sets to 4, no ad, super tiebreaker if they split. Scott, you can give us a little commentary. I thought that was an excellent deep second serve.
Yep, I think it hit the line.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, these girls look mechanically very sound, as they should be at this level. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody comes in. There's one. What's your opinion, Bob, on the not taking overheads?
Oh, I like to see overheads, but way back in the day, there was a young woman, Peaches Barkowitz. She won the 12s, 14s, 16s, and 18s without losing a match, and then she went pro, but she never had an overhead. And in women's tennis, it took her apart.
Yeah.
Let's just talk a little bit about Ava Bruno, who is the young lady that's serving on the far side there. Ava is a 16-year-old rising high school senior. She's ranked nationally number 6 in the 16 and unders and number 13 in the 18 and unders. She's won a silver ball in singles and doubles at the Winter Nationals, 14 and under, a gold ball in doubles at the 16 and under level at the hard courts, and most recently won a silver ball in doubles in the 18 and unders at the last year's Winter Nationals. So Ava is clearly playing at the top level of junior tennis in the United States, and probably has aspirations of playing college tennis, maybe some pro tennis. So she's playing at a high level. Now Teodora, I believe, is a little bit...
That's the difference.
Yep, a little bit older and has a little more
No,
experience.
Teodora has a drop shot from
Yep.
anywhere, anytime.
Teodora,
And this girl has not been exposed to that, I don't think. She's in for a rude awakening.
Teodora is playing at the Division I college level, which, believe it or not, there's a big difference between from the junior level to the Division I college level. So let's see what happens here. I believe their UTRs are pretty close. I don't have them on me right now, but I did look them up.
I think
yesterday.
Bob said it was like .06.
So statistically,
Doesn't get
it's a
much
tie.
closer.
Yes.
Right. Looks like Anna's got a little bit of...
They got the score mixed up maybe, but they resolved it now. I thought...
So are you looking for a little more variety from the Serbian, who is older and owns a drop shot, so she can change the flavor of the point?
She can change
at
the
times.
flavor a little more, and she also is extremely fast. She can get to balls. You think she's like watching some of these guys play that we watched in the semifinals. It looks like it's going to end the point and the ball comes back.
Well, she looks like she's built for speed.
Yes.
You know, she's sort of like
Now in
lower to the ground.
In Ava's favor, I would say she's been playing a lot more competitive tennis recently.
Oh, wow.
You could see there it showed that she
Going
could
for it.
unload when she got
Yep.
a little bit of a look.
She
That was
really
a
opened
beautiful
up that
shot.
backhand. And she used the can opener on that one.
Yeah.
Do you think she feels like she's going to have to go for more shots to get ahead? There's another big backhand there
Yeah.
in return, and caught her flat-footed.
Well, it looks
But
like
do you think she has it in her head strategically to go for it a little bit more?
Ava? Oh, I think that's just her game.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know her very well at all, but I'm just generally American
But she just
tennis
hit three.
is line it up and smack it, right?
She just hit three shots that
Yeah.
were forcing.
well, the
very
one thing
fortunate.
I will say that I see so far is Teodora, between Teodora and Anna is Anna obviously has a little bit of height on Teodora. Ava, I'm sorry.
Right,
Ava
right.
has a little bit of height on Teodora, and Teodora is really kind of struggling to get any kind of pace on her serve. Her placement looks very, very good, but Anna, I'm sorry, I guess I did again, Anna, but Ava has really, she just opened up every
Mhm.
forehand, really was taking advantage of a weak serve.
Yep.
So it's similar to our first match here, Bob. Today we're now on hold or on
Yeah.
break.
We're on break.
So now
Did you have like a huge number of breaks were you mentioning before?
Yes, in the
Okay.
match here on the first court, in the
many?
men's
How many?
match, I'm guessing like 14 out of 19 games were breaks.
yeah, certainly in that range. But again, I would have expected Ava's second serve to be a little bit more polished than that. That serve really had nothing on it. Landed short, didn't kick at all.
And she's just putting it in the middle of the box.
Put it in the middle of the box.
So, Scott, I'm going to have you step out for
Okay.
just a second because
Yep.
we have Theo Dean coming in,
Okay.
and you'll be back. Thank you.
Okay.
Theo?
Now,
Here you go, Theo.
now we're joined by Theo Dean, who you saw just fought his heart out in a excellent semifinal. Bob's going to talk to him a little bit about the match as we look on with Ristic and Bruno here.
Well, Theo, first of all, I'm hoping we're starting a new tradition here because one thing that I really dislike about the way professional tennis is run is that the losers pack up their bags, wave, and leave, and no one wants to talk or see them.
Okay.
And the winners bow and get all the applause. I want to give you applause for providing some great tennis here and making it to the semifinals in our event.
Thank you.
And I mean, this was one of the stranger matches that Brian and I have seen. We were both saying we haven't been part of a match where in 19 games maybe there were 14 breaks of serve. Okay, and so, but part of that is like feeling the clay court experience of your opponent. What were you feeling out there? Why don't you tell us rather than me saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's very tough. I mean, doesn't hit the ball particularly hard at all. Doesn't seem to be fast at all, but somehow he's just there at a lot of balls, you
Yeah.
know? Like, not particularly quick looking, but very good, very anticipatory, very good on the run, makes you pay if you leave, you know, if you're not perfectly precise with the ball.
Yes.
Also, doesn't have a particularly good serve, but great off the ground. And just a super good mover. So naturally, I guess,
We, you know,
it's going
Brian
to
and I
lend
were.
itself to more breaks of serve.
You got to a drop shot early in the match that he hit perfectly, and you
Yeah.
got there and dropped it back.
Yeah.
And Brian commented, "Wow, Theo is so fast." And I said, "Yeah, but we're not saying the same thing about Estevez, but he still gets to everything.
He
It
gets
just
to
doesn't
everything.
look
Yeah.
like it, but he is
Yeah.
phenomenal coverer of the court."
Yeah. No, I mean, who knows how it looks, but at least I don't know how he plays on hard. I've never seen him play on a hard court. But
I don't think he's
definitely-
ever played on a hard court.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, honestly.
Yeah.
But no, I would consider him to be like, I don't think I'm a horrible mover, but he's a level above me movement-wise on clay.
Sure.
So,
Well,
like, significantly better. better.
I-
Noticeably better. Yeah.
Yeah. I was also impressed, like when you guys got into the dinkum game up front,
Uh-huh.
he knew how to put it just in the
Yeah,
right spot
just-
where
it was
if
like
he couldn't
awkward.
hurt you, he hit it so you couldn't hurt him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Mhm.
He's, you can tell he's, like, just grown up playing on this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
I was joking. His middle name was I was born on clay. So it's Max. I was born on clay. Estevez.
Yeah.
So
Probably.
now we're looking at.
Seems like he was sliding on clay
Yeah.
out of the womb, but
So
don't know.
I'm curious, when you're out there and obviously you're realizing there are a lot of breaks going on, and
Yeah.
you might be saying to yourself, if I can just figure out a way to hold, I can win this match.
Yep.
Were you ever putting it that way to yourself?
not really. I mean, honestly, the way I was, I mean, I've been working a lot on my serve this summer, before this summer, so, I mean, to be honest, I was very disappointed with my serving. It was just not up to the standard that I think I should be holding myself to now on the serve.
Right.
I think I only double faulted once maybe at the very end of the match, but I wasn't hitting my spots well enough at all. I mean, against a player like him,
Yeah.
I just wasn't serving at the level. I mean,
I
all
think, Brian,
things
you
considered.
commented
I
on
did.
that in the middle of the
I
match.
did.
Like they're going in, but they're not hitting spots.
yeah,
Right.
it wasn't, and it wasn't like he wasn't. I don't know if he hit a single. Okay, he hit a few when I was serving the ball, but not many return winners.
Mm-hmm.
But I was hurting him on very few serves, so I was very disappointed. I couldn't. I mean, I was trying. I hit a few good serves, but not with any consistency. And when you're playing someone who basically, as soon as it got into an extended rally, he had the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Yeah.
it's going to be very, very difficult. to
You
win.
kind of got into
Yeah.
a groove on the ad side where you were using the kick out wide and the big
Yeah, a
forehand,
little
for a while, and
Yeah.
it was working well for a while,
Yeah.
and then maybe he adjusted or a little bit, and it looked like it started to put a little more pressure on you on that
Yeah.
side. But that's what I saw that I thought worked
Yeah.
very well for you for a while, and it actually got you back in the match.
Yeah.
That play,
Yeah.
and you served and volleyed on that big kick out wide one time as well,
Yeah.
which worked really nicely.
Yeah.
So
But
Yeah.
I mean, I was able to pull out a few nice plays here and there, but not with anywhere
Yeah.
near the consistency required to give myself a better chance to win that match, I thought. So
Mm-hmm.
it's very disappointing for me, but also just something to learn from. Like,
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, I was going to
it's
ask
one
you.
thing saying like, okay, you need to hit spots on your serve, this and that, but then it's another thing seeing what happens in a match when you're not able to do that. So
Well, so Theo, what does the rest of the summer look like for you till the college season starts?
it's a lot of training. I was taking some summer classes earlier. Now I'm wrapped up with those, so I have a lot of time to train, which is nice. That was a nice shot.
Yeah.
So I'll be continuing to work on a lot of the things that I've been focusing on this summer, which are the serve, being more physical with my volleys. That was another thing that I was disappointed with today. I wasn't getting low to the ground at all on my volleys, I thought, which caused me to flub a few, pop up a few. I mean, all these things are work in progress, so it's okay. It's obviously not what I wanted today, but it just shows that I need to work more on those things. Also going to continue. I've been spending a lot of time in the gym and on the track with fitness.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing that I'm going to keep doing a lot of in the next 4 or 5 weeks until school starts.
Mhm.
So it's a lot of tennis, which is nice until
Yeah.
school. So
Well, that's I like the way you're looking at things, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
you see pretty clearly about what happened in the match, which is
Yeah.
always a good thing because then
Well,
you
I
can
mean,
grow. Yeah.
I felt it. I
Mhm.
felt it during the match, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are other things at play too. I think I was trying very hard. I don't think I competed. I competed okay, I thought, but I didn't compete that well, I don't think, in terms of making adjusting to what he was doing. I mostly kept the negativity not too bad, but I was still inside getting frustrated, which then that affects like your ability to hit out on shots, and that makes everything more difficult. So
Right.
So a lot of things to learn from.
So I would just add 2 comments, just my look at it.
Yeah.
From teaching tennis many years, and accuracy on any shot comes from keeping your head totally still through the shot and not moving.
Yeah.
So you're doing something in practice if you're hitting your targets that you're not doing in a match, and it could be that slight rush that you're doing to get rid of the ball instead of really staying with it the way you know you have to. So that would be my tip of something to go back to and look at. I think it could help you under pressure, if you're reminding yourself of that, be able to execute a little bit better on that particular shot.
And well, this is another thing Coach Drake and I've talked about a lot. When you're working on these things, first the steps are first to be able to do it when there's 0 pressure. So for serves, you're just hitting serves out of a bucket.
Yes.
Then it's another thing to do it when you're still doing it in a non-match, complete practice situation, but with a little pressure. Like Coach always likes to use the example of like challenge yourself to hit the same target 3 times in a row. Because then once you've hit it twice, there's more pressure on you to hit it a 3rd time.
Absolutely.
Then it's another thing to do it in points in practice.
Absolutely.
And then another thing to do it in a match, maybe against someone who's, a lower level player than you. And then another thing to do it against someone who's like Max today.
Yeah.
So many steps to get there, which means
it's what it's all about.
Process.
Every day getting a little bit better, getting out on the practice court and working just a little harder to make yourself a little bit better player and person.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'm so glad you mentioned it. Club players frequently will say something like,
and
I don't want to be on a court with her because she's a half a level below me. When you're working on something, that's just who you want to be playing against, because it gives you the ability to build the confidence and execute. So there's a role for that player. That's not the only player you're playing with, but there's a role to help you on your way up.
Well, now looking in on this match you did, I know that Teodora is now serving to stay in the first set, and it looks like Ava has opened it up a little bit and feeling a little bit more confident. And as I say that, she misses a drop shot in the net. But Theo, thanks for joining us, man. Thanks for playing. It was a pleasure watching you play.
We really enjoyed having you.
I'm sure I'm going to see you during the college season this year, and looking forward to watching you develop over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for it's a fun event. Nice crowd. A little bit. So it was a lot of fun to play.
Well, hopefully you can come back next year.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great. Thanks. So Theo Dean, and getting ready for his junior year at Yale, even though it's only going to be his 2nd year playing. We're going to watch him improve over the next couple of years. And thanks again, Theo, for playing. Now, we're looking back in on Ava Bruno versus Teodora Ristic here in playing an exhibition match, the first women's match we've ever had during the Summer Pro Shootout. Now, Teodora serving a 30-all to stay in this first set, and it looking to me like Bob, that Ava is really opening up her game a little bit, but Teodora certainly hanging in there. But now Ava has earned herself a set point.
It's a tough spot. Theodora needs a little more on the serve. This girl's really going after it on the return.
And Ava went for the backhand down the line there, and was a little bit off on line to get up, but she's got herself another set point here on a no ad. What big stakes on this point, Bob? Big stakes. This is either Teodora stays in the set or she doesn't. She is even or she loses the first set. And she went for the big back, and I thought she had it lined up, but she missed it a little bit wide. And 1 point, Bob, that's what separated these two in that first set.
Well, Brad did a great job recruiting a player, Ava, we were just meeting today, who's going to put on a nice show for us. Very close match.
Yep. And I got to tell you, I follow a lot of the juniors, especially in the area, not from here and back home in Florida. But I don't obviously I follow not ashamed. I follow the men a little bit more than the guys, a little bit more than the girls. And I hadn't heard of Ava before, and that's my fault for not looking deep enough at the local girls, because there are really some talented juniors in the area, especially on the women's side. So I'm glad I'm getting a chance to watch Ava play today, and I had never seen Teodora play before, and I'm pleasantly surprised at the level here. It's very, very high level of tennis that we're watching here, and it's
really
a treat.
is.
Finally, we were able to get some women's tennis as part of the pro shootout. So now,
well, I know Brad has had requests over the years to have a women's shootout.
Sure.
It's a little hard to find enough sponsorship to run two events.
Yep.
But we thought this was a nice first step.
I think
to
so.
Introducing women to the event.
I think so. We have had a couple of women play in the winter shootout, which is a little bit different of a format. Very early on, we had a couple women's players play.
We did.
They really, they had a tough time, let's just say. But one of the things that I really love about tennis is that there is a big element to the game that is women's, and I think combining men and women together really enhances the sport. Now
Ava just did a great job there adjusting to that very difficult bounce and knew to just keep it in play.
Yep.
99 out of 100 of us would have missed that ball.
And I was just looking at Ava's background, just looking at her record this year. She's really played a lot of tournaments all over North America and Central America, into Mexico, and she's played a lot at the ITF level. So looks like she's really starting to make a run, and she's improved with a nice mix of grade 2s and grade 3s, some JB1s, and she'll probably take a step up to a little bit of higher level this year. So real. Yeah, sure.
So Scott is back with us, and I know it's difficult to make comment on someone's strokes when you just barely started to see them play, but could you talk a little bit about what you see on Ava's serve? Wow.
Serve looks pretty technically sound to me.
Except for a couple of times I saw her drop the elbow in back here, and then like a serve or two later, the elbow was up a little bit more. So she's got a little bit of a pump on the toss. If you see how she doesn't lay it up as soft as you see the pros, but she's pretty smooth there, and her toss doesn't seem to go off too much. But one thing I noticed
there by Teodora.
The thing, one of the big things I noticed between these two is the sound of Ava's shots are like
big.
Twice as loud as Teodora's. So she's getting a lot more on her balls, and of course the serve is probably twice as good at this point, right?
It's the new. You haven't heard of the new string? It's called pop, and it makes an extra loud noise when you hit to intimidate your opponent.
Are you kidding?
I have not heard. Oh, you are kidding.
Yeah, right,
I didn't say
I'm not buying that one.
So I'm looking at Ava's ITF history here, and looks like she's just really started to make a run there. She's now ranked 498 in the ITF junior rankings. But if you go and you look at her activity over the last few months, she's really done well. She's won a couple matches at the grade 2 in Cancun, Mexico last month. At the J3 Cancun right before that, she got to the semifinals, beat a nice mix of international players there. So she's really starting to come into her own, and I suspect she's probably going to start playing more at the J3, J2, and hopefully at the J1 level a little bit. She also did very well at the J3 Montreal back in November. where she made the semifinals. So she's starting to get a little bit more international experience, and she's
So she just lost her serve.
Yeah, on a no ad point.
Yep. Well, credit.
I do have a thing though, but I'll ask you guys, and we can be watching the match as we answer this. When you're serving to the deuce court, should your right foot be staggered back this way from your left?
Not too much. Not too much.
I'm gonna give a little bit of a different answer.
I think you can do it because you're jumping in the air and you see most players, but basically you can't be turned away from the court too much to come back to deuce, which you can over on the ad side.
Yeah.
So
that would be
not
the
too
reason
much.
why when she lines up, I like Ava's serve much more in the ad court than the deuce.
'Cause
To me, she's
really-
working a little against herself in the
Right.
deuce court.
She's really closed.
Yes, really.
That's
close.
interesting. I hadn't noticed that, but I will tell you something. It depends on the player. It depends on their natural characteristics. I will tell you that throughout my career, I've gone a couple different ways where I've had my front foot facing a little bit more forward, and that allows you to get a little bit more of a corking. And there's other times where I felt like I wanted my left foot more parallel to the baseline. Mostly on the ad side, I like it to be a little bit more parallel. But on the deuce side, I do like to uncork it a little bit and have a little bit, be able to have a little more opportunity to cork
You can rotate better, right?
Yeah, but there's. Whoa!
Starting to hit.
Teodora really
Finally hit a ball.
unleashed hell with that backhand.
That's the first
That was
one that
beautiful.
face I think I've seen.
Yeah, she's got a very technically sound backhand.
Well, it's interesting with Teodora. She went home.
Oh, great serve!
recently.
Did you see the serve?
Yeah.
She just had a very nice
And,
wide serve.
that was a nice, smooth, relaxed motion.
Yep.
She goes home periodically, and she goes back to her club and hitting, and her coach says, "What's the matter with you? you never used to miss this many balls." And what happened is she ended up in a college situation where she was by far the best player. And human nature, to me, is you get a little bit lazy when you're continually able to
Uncorked
succeed.
another one.
Yep. Hey, look,
It's true, Bob.
she's now up 2-love in this set, and she's really
hitting the
coming into
ball
her own.
with much more authority.
Yeah. But there's all different reasons why Ava, got herself into a position. She came internationally. Maybe, sometimes when you come internationally, you don't know exactly what kind of situation you're getting into in terms of college tennis, and maybe she could have. Oh,
Yep, caught the line.
Maybe the school wasn't the best situation for her tennis-wise, but they had the right amount of scholarship money for her.
Right.
And that's very important too. Sometimes you have to go with
money talks.
Money talks, right? It's very typical on the men's side where especially the men only get 4.5 scholarships and they have to divide them up.
We can take a look at her deuce court serve again. There was a first serve into the net, but this is a second serve. But next time she hits that first serve.
Okay. But listen, she brings the right foot back over a little bit with that little stutter, so that negates that foot being so far back.
Mm-hmm.
Watch what I mean. See, she comes right there. So she squares up just a little bit before she goes into her serve. So she's not fighting herself quite as much as it might look from the beginning.
Okay.
But both girls, I think, have to be careful. They're throwing their tosses a little bit back over their heads, and they're not trying to hit topspin serves. They're trying to hit flat serves, and it's getting them in trouble. See that one?
Yeah. There she was. She was trying to get a little bit
She
more
was
shape
trying to
of the
get
ball,
some
but she didn't get under it.
I mean, sometimes I know when I toss the ball and I still take it.
She's now hit 2 aces in a row, though, and we're talking about her serve.
On the second serve.
Yeah.
But sometimes you go into the spin if your toss a little off and you make that automatic adjustment if you're not going to stop. Whereas maybe that wasn't the original toss, but we can't know that for sure.
Okay, so here's the one I'd like to watch.
Yeah. So watch her right foot. See how it moves, Bob?
Yeah.
That squares her up a little bit.
Yeah. there's been a lot of talk lately, at least I've heard in some of the matches I've been watching, about what's better. Should you be moving your feet on your serve, or should you be moving that hind foot, or not, or be in stationary position? And it's I've always come from the camp where I definitely drag my right foot in and use it to generate some momentum.
You basically have to drag your foot or take that little step up. Because you're moving forward when you toss.
Yeah, it's funny though. It's not.
You're moving forward.
It's not the way it's being taught for a lot of juniors anymore. But like I said, I think the important thing is to look at a player and to look at their physical characteristics and to find out what works for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but there are parameters, and you can't just go out there and. The only person I really saw go to extremes was McEnroe.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And nobody should ever try to copy him except for Jim Maloney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jim
Right,
Maloney can do it.
Ava gets the hold there, and
so we have the men's final coming up probably in about 20 minutes or so. Meanwhile, we're enjoying this very well played and closely competitive match between Ava Bruno and Teodora Ristic.
Yeah, probably a little bit more than 20 minutes. We're going to give them until about 6 o'clock, I believe.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Bob,
about 6 o'clock for the men's.
Do you have information like how tightly Teodora is stringing her racket? Because from the sound of it, it sounds like it's like 50 pounds max.
I don't know that. That would be an interesting thing to know.
But you can hear it, right? Or
and
not.
Also the style of play. I mean, I don't think she'd be a drop shot player, let's say, with a good drop shot with a really tight string job.
I think also with Ava, probably if I was playing her, I would try to give her fewer forehands. Because I think she's pretty good off both sides, but I think she looks a little more confident on the forehand side.
I would agree with that. Now you see the shadow has almost completely taken over the court and made it a lot more comfortable out here for the
15 all.
players.
Teodora won that point.
15 all. Well done by Ava there to control that.
Yeah, that ball
real
was getting
big,
behind
deep
her, right?
forehand. Yeah,
that was
Teodora.
That was a nice adjustment. Big point here.
So Ava's 16 years old. I suppose Teodora is probably 20, 21. So she's given up quite a few years here, right? I fully expect that Ava is going to improve tremendously over the next couple years. So it's going to be interesting to watch, and it's interesting to see the difference in the experience here. Teodora is obviously cool, calm, and collected. Been in a lot of situations, probably very hostile situations in college, and knows how to deal with it. Ava's really at the point in her career where she's coming into her own a little bit, most likely.
Well, Teodora has been an international player since the time she's 11 or 12, and she actually showed me a draw the other day where in the 12 and under team competition, she was playing Iga Swiatek.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately for her, before the match, her coach told her, "You're much better than her, don't worry about it." That's a tough way to send someone out into battle.
Well, the interesting thing is about growing up in the Serbian system, and this is pretty typical for most of the European systems, is they do get a lot more exposure to international competition than Americans do. Now, Americans, over the last 20 years or so, have participated in much greater degrees in the ITF circuit than they did certainly in the late 80s and early 90s when I was playing junior tennis. But very few players and Americans in that time played a real ITF schedule. Maybe only the top players in the country, went over to Europe and played over there, or South America. But
big return on the no-ad point.
Yep. Seems like it's been a lot more prevalent these days.
I tell you, one thing that's interesting statistically is she is not comfortable inside the service line. She's lost at least 3 points trying to make like touch shots when she's had the chance, and then she hit a drive volley overhead that hit the top of the net and dribbled over. So that was lucky. So she's got to, be she's got to mature a little bit into when she moved into the forecourt, that she doesn't give away points, right?
Bob, do you know who Ava, who's being coached by?
No.
What's that?
Ooh. Wow, she really cranked that one.
Is Hector still in
She has a good
Kick Shannon out of
backhand down the line. When she decides to really hit it, she gets a lot out of it.
Okay, Scott, I've got another guy coming in here
Okay.
for just a second.
No worries.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for joining us,
Thank
Scott.
you, Scott.
Good to see you again.
Same here.
Take care. All right.
Hi, Hector. Bob Chevier.
Hi, Hector. I'm Brian Meisner. Nice to meet you.
Okay. If you just put this clip it on here, please, Hector. Perfect.
Now we're looking at Ava serving at 15-all, 2-all in this second set. Ava having won the first. Wow.
So we have another guest in the booth, Hector Rodriguez, who is a 3-5-4-0 player here in Westchester. And he has a very popular YouTube channel where he has quite a few followers and subscribers. Typically, what sort of things do you put on your channel, Hector?
Well, mostly highlights of my match play, practices, and very rarely actual USTA
backhand
match
turn.
when I get the opportunity to film it.
Okay. So it's mostly about you in action, whether it's practice, a practice match, or a real match.
Yes, I do short videos of me trying something on my serve. I videotape myself, and lately I've been trying to do
What a serve there by Ava.
trying to get into some type of entertainment-wise, like making funny tennis videos. Because you have to come up with your own angle in YouTube to try to do something different than what's out there.
Okay, so I've got one for you. You let me know when you want me to star in it. It's different ready positions, because people have such a wide variety, and some of them to me are just hilarious. I can't believe they can actually play tennis in some of these positions they take when they get ready to play a point. So when you want to, come up, I have a little film experience. You will get that one going.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay.
I'm up for all type of challenges, and I have 100 ideas for every one video I put up.
Okay.
And yeah, videos like that where we look at foot faulting in USTA, which is like an epidemic, or even high-level
Oh my
players.
gosh, it's so epidemic.
And I'm like, he's got a great serve. How can he be foot faulting like that every?
No, I actually
Huge,
took a picture of my
Bob,
women.
excuse me just 1 second. We have a deuce point at 2-all in the
another
second
big
set
point.
here. Really big, very, very big point. And Ava dumps a forehand in the net. So after the changeover, Teodora is going to get a chance to serve for the second set and just move this one into a super tiebreaker.
Right. So,
sorry to interrupt you, Hector.
yeah, that's
No,
all right.
you got
That's
it.
all right. So in the process, I think part of this is, besides entertaining people, you're trying to show us your improvement. Are you trying to demonstrate that you're making your way up the tennis ladder?
Yes.
Is that correct? Or
Yes, showing what a player my age, if they can improve, because a lot of people say, oh, I can't learn a new serve at my age, and I'm trying to show, yeah, you could try pro-level technique at any age, and hopefully it works if you're open to trying different things.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful thing to share with people, because I totally agree with that more pro-level technique should be imitated by club players, and even if they don't do it perfectly, it's moving them in the right direction in terms of playing better tennis.
Yeah, I figure it's more efficient, and who needs more efficiency than the rec player?
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So now we're going to see
So
Teodora's going to
I'm
serve
also
for the
going to share
second
with
set.
you. This is a book that I published 4 years ago. As my guest, I'm giving you a copy.
Thank you.
Make him
And
autograph
this is about the other part of tennis that we can't see on the videos. It's about what's happening in your brain. It's about the mental game.
I need plenty of
It's
that.
called Deconstructing Tennis, and check it out. And I'd love to hear any feedback that you have.
Sure,
I've
definitely.
had a lot of several of the players who were in the men's here have read it and said that it really helped their tennis.
That's fantastic.
Teodora now serving for the second set of 15-love. And wow, really, really nice forehand from way back there. And but Ava's playing pretty good defense, but
beautiful.
Teodora, wow, really,
Constructed
really
that
well done.
beautifully.
Really well-constructed point. Earned the short ball. She really worked hard for that short ball, Bob. And she really took advantage of it when she got it. You know. And Ava went for a big return there and pushed it along. So now Teodora with 4 set points.
So if I go to YouTube and I just put in your name, will your
The channel's actually called Hex Tennis.
HEX tennis?
HECKS
Oh.
space tennis.
And return off the baseline there from Ava. And she did a nice job of closing out that point at the net. Transition, very nice transition there. So we see Ava does have it within her to transition up to the net. Well, Hex, thanks for joining us. Everybody check out his YouTube page, Hex Tennis, and we'll look for some entertaining content there. And,
Thank you. Thank you
as
for
we see,
having me.
Teodora
Yes.
earns the
Just one
second
other
set.
quick question, sorry. Do you have a coach who's guiding you at all through this process, or you're self-directing where you're going from place
I
to
was
place?
self-teaching, directing, and then since the pandemic, I started working with a coach
Ah.
that used to run carry leagues in the Bronx
Mm-hmm.
and doing privates, and I should have done that more in the beginning because the arc of improvement really shot
huge.
up.
Oh,
You know,
that's good.
that's
Good
another.
to know. A shout out to all teaching pros.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right. So, as we come back after the changeover, these two they're going to play a super tiebreaker. We couldn't have asked for anything more in this match, Bob, for our first exhibition match between, the first women's match in this 2022 pro
Perfect
shootout.
to have a super tiebreaker here.
Yeah. So,
So Hector, behind me here is Scott Shannon. He and I
How
do
you
a
doing, Scott?
podcast together called Outside the Lines. We do numerous topics like Grand Slam tennis reviews. The last one we talked about Nick Kyrgios, is he afraid to fail or afraid to win? We reviewed the Arthur Ashe film, The Citizen Ashe. Did you happen to see that
No,
yet?
no, not
Oh,
yet.
it's a fantastic film about his gradual getting more comfortable in involving himself in the world of politics and speaking out for things he felt, but was a little reticent at the beginning of his career. Anyway, we speak about a whole wide range of things that don't really come up that much in the mainstream tennis.
Exactly.
And you should check it out. It's called Outside the Lines.
I
Bob,
will.
maybe you can
Okay.
have Hector on your podcast and talk a little bit about the entertainment side of tennis.
Well, I
I
don't
should.
know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't
Just
know
an
if I
idea.
have that much content for you. I'll probably be worth 5 minutes.
All right, now Teodora serving to open up the tiebreaker here, and we're out. We are at the scoring. Okay, we're at 1-all in this super tiebreaker. That's a beautiful backhand there from Ava and good defense. Wow. Oh,
Great running, Teodora.
great running, Teodora, but Ava just with a really, really nice stretch volley.
She did.
First time she's really put something together.
So the first mini break goes to Ava here, and Ava serving up
2-1.
was it 2-1 in this super tiebreaker.
I think. Who's ahead?
And again, after this, we're going to have the men's singles final between Alexis Gurmendi and Max Estevez, the all-Argentinian final, coming up in at about 6 o'clock. So, and a double fault there from Ava, so now we have 2-all in this super tiebreaker. All right, Bob, we're at 2-all in the super tiebreaker here.
Yes.
What's your call? Who's going to take this?
Oh, I can't go against Teodora.
Okay.
I got her all the way.
Correct.
Yeah,
Really
that
nice
was
serve
a beautiful
there.
serve.
Yep.
Her serve's really picked up since the start of
Yep.
this match.
And that one had a little bit more shape on it, a little more kick, and
It did.
It got up above Teodora's shoulder and was a little tough to handle. So 2-3. Now, it looks like Ava's stepped up the intensity a little bit here.
Yes.
So now there's the two will switch sides at Ava up 4-2 in this super tiebreaker. Ava really got behind that forehand a little bit. But
Yeah. Thank you.
Teodora really did a great job of opening up the court there.
She
and
did.
Seen a lot of variety from these two young ladies. Very nice. Teodora pushes that backhand a little bit long, and
Yeah.
the advantage goes back to Bruno.
Good plan on that one, though, I thought.
Yeah,
Deep
yeah.
across. Mm-hmm.
Yep. You know, there's two parts of everything: the plan and the execution, right?
That's right.
And they're mutually exclusive. That was a very nice kick serve there from Ava. Oh, I like that backhand. For some reason, Ava thought that Teodora was going to go cross court, and she left the line wide open there, and Teodora just stuck it right in there.
And not full speed either, just solid.
Solid.
Yeah.
Just solid. Nice pop on that backhand. The The backhand return error from Bruno keeps Ava in this.
That was a forehand.
That was a forehand?
Yeah.
I was blocked by the monitor there.
Yeah.
I thought I saw the racket come over her shoulder there. So now we're at 5-all in this super tiebreaker here. Yeah, now the pop coming off of Ava's backhand is much, much bigger. She's using those pop strings you were talking about before, Bob.
Yep.
Nice second serve there from Bruno. Really,
too
really
bad.
strong cross-court backhand there to open up the court and get the point. And every time that Teodora gets right back in it, Ava she steps it up to another level.
I agree.
Yeah. But if she keeps hanging around, we all know what can happen in a tiebreaker. So now they'll switch sides with Ava up 7-5. So now Ava serving up 7-5 in this super tiebreaker. Ava moving around the court now. She's really settled into her own here, moving around the court really well, using that forehand to dictate play.
Okay. Come on, Teodora. Let's see that serve. Come on.
I think that's all she has right there.
She would have went for it in the overhead. That's the cruel thing about tennis is you could play 4 or 5 shots the right way, and then one just a little bit off, and you lose the point, and you got to start all over. There's really some cruel parts to competitive tennis. Now Ava serving down. Teodora serving down 6-8, but she gets the service error from Bruno, and now crawls back into within 1. So Ava now will serve. She's got a chance to serve out the match if she can win both of these service points up 8-7.
That's it.
Oh, and the error now, and I remember what I was saying before about how if you keep hanging around, then in the tiebreaker anything can happen, and here we are. We're at 8-all in the tiebreaker.
Here we are.
What a huge point here.
I hope Teodora's got to keep hitting, though. Don't push.
Yeah, if she gives Ava anything soft in the middle, not well hit, Ava could really take advantage of it. And gets another error. So here we are now. From 8-6 down, Teodora now has a match point. Up 9-8.
I always talk a lot about tension level, and that's, to me, what's happened right here at the end of this super tiebreaker.
Yep. That's experience.
Ava's muscled a few shots. And there's the dropper to win it.
Teodora is going to win this. She's going to come back to win this. What a fabulous job. That's experience. So, wow, credit to these two young women. They put on a heck of a show here.
They put on a great show.
And I know you heard the applause from the crowd at the end. They really loved it. So now we're going to take care of the court a little bit. We're going to take a little break, and we should be back in a few minutes with the men's final. Stick with us, everybody. Thank you.
All right, all kids get a nice break. Go get some water, get a little food. Hey guys, give it up for Ava Bruno. Ava, thank you so much for playing. Ava's only 16 years old, so she's got another full year in high school, right? Two more. I hope you did all your math. So Ava, if you don't mind, guys, thanks everyone for coming in. Thank you to our pros, Teodora. You played awesome. We're getting the court ready. The guys will be ready in about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're starting our men's finals. Format for the men's finals is going to be the same as the semis. They're going to play 2 sets, first to 6 games, no ad scoring, tiebreaker 6-all. If the guys split sets, they'll play a super tiebreaker as the side. So thank you guys for coming. Hang out a little longer if you can. Yeah, it was great to watch you. I hope you get a chance to watch them. You guys will stand a lot of nice things.
Okay, so we're back here. Now we have Ava Bruno here with us in the booth. You just saw Ava play in the first ever women's match here at the Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. It was great. Ava, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. I know you're 16 years old and you're playing in the junior circuit, but tell everybody a little bit more about your tennis, where you're from, what life is like for Ava Bruno.
Okay, I'm 16. So I'm going to be a rising junior. I'm actually homeschooled now. I go to an online school. and I pretty much train all day. Yeah, and I started playing when I was around 8, I think, and I played 2 other sports as well. So I quit lacrosse about 2 years ago, so now I'm full-time tennis.
Okay.
I traveled the country and then honestly the world now for ITFs and stuff.
Well, I went back and I looked at your record a little bit before the match, and I looked at your ITF record, and we saw that you're really starting to make some inroads on the ITF circuit. I know you did well down in Cancun a few weeks ago. You made a run at, I think it was a J3,
Yes.
the Grade 3 junior tournament, for those of you that don't know what J3 means. But so that's a pretty good level, and so it looks like you're starting to gain some confidence on the international level. But tell everybody, where are you training?
So I'm training in Rye. I just have a private coach. He doesn't work in an academy or anything.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm home, which is nice.
Yeah, and you said you're focusing on tennis full time. You're going to school online, and which I know a lot of players are doing these days. So what do you here you played a really good player here today, and it was very, very tight match, and you had a chance to close out the match, and she hung in there. So what did you learn from them playing a good Division I college player today?
Yeah, I mean, I think her composure was great. I would give her that for sure. I mean, she was down in the tiebreaker by a lot, and she's confident. So, I mean, definitely she served super well too. She made a lot of her serves, but no, I thought it was a good match. I mean, it was close. It happens. Yeah, no, it does, and when you're playing good players, you start to see that very little separates the two of you, and that's tennis at the highest level. Sometimes it comes down to 1 point, right? Yeah.
So what do the next few months look like for you in this summer? I assume you're going to play the Nationals coming up.
Yeah,
I think
I leave on Friday.
It's at San Diego for the girls now still?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to be out there. And did you just play the clays?
I just played clays. I just finished clays.
Okay, and how did you do at the clays?
Not my best tournament.
Yeah.
Clay is definitely not my best serve.
All right. Well, the best thing about tennis is there's always another tournament
exactly,
the next week,
yeah.
and I have no doubt you're gonna get it together and make a run out there. So you're gonna leave for San Diego.
I leave for Claremont on Friday for the team tournament, the Battle of the Sections.
Okay. Oh, great.
And yeah, I'm playing for Team Eastern, and then I go to San Diego from there.
Oh, fantastic! And so after the Nationals, what does your fall look like up until maybe the end of the year?
Fall to January will mostly be ITFs. Travel a little more this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing one more year of homeschooling, so I'll be free to travel.
You're going to try to go down to Florida, maybe play the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, I'll probably end up playing Orange Bowl and Eddie Hur next year.
By the way, the Orange Bowl now is played at my club that I grew up
really?
at Feltry.
Yes, okay. I played clays there when I was in 14.
That's right, yes. Yeah, good, great. Yes, it's a small tennis world out there.
Very.
But that's where I grew up. But so... Yeah, well, thank you for joining us today. It's good to get to know you a little bit. I can't wait to see what you do the next few months and the next couple of years, and maybe we can have you back here next year.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Ava.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
just keep quarters to the side and drink during your guys' You right there? Thank God. I'm not gonna go in front of the camera again. I don't know how you just are able to just like stand right there. Like this, I didn't even notice. I like line up with like this thing.
parece más alta la red de esa que las de otra. Está como más recta. Esa baja un poquito al medio.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Here we're ready for the main event here, Bob. We have Maximiliano Estevez versus Alexis Gurmendi. It is an all-Argentinian final here. They'll decide the Chestnut Ridge 2022 Pro Shootout.
Well, it certainly highlights the international flavor that this event has always had, going back even to the days of the Pro Classic, and both of these guys really distinguished themselves in their semifinals early today.
Certainly, Bob. I would agree with that. Now, we had mentioned that before, and we've seen a lot of Estevez throughout this tournament. He's had a very long pro career. He is currently, he still has a ATP ranking of 1187. His career high is 242. That was back in June 2013. He's played a lot of tournaments, a lot of tennis all over the world. And he's given up about how many years here to Estevez? I think to Lexi. Lexi is 24. Gurmendi. I'm sorry, Estevez is 33. Gurmendi, I think, is 24. So, big difference in age here. It's unlikely these two ever played each other growing up in the juniors in Argentina, since they were in the juniors at different times. I don't know if they've ever played before, but certainly, are both from the same country and are gonna fight it out here on the live stream to decide the Pro Shootout.
So, to me, this matchup, because, well, for the fans, they haven't gotten to see Gurmendi yet. It's the first time he's been on the show court.
That's right.
So, as a preview for them, he's an all-court player. He can do everything. He's got a great backhand drop shot, a powerful forehand. He moves well. He serves well. He's really a force. Estevez has been a little more slippery in that I sort of regard him as a counter puncher who lulls you to sleep a little bit and then sticks one in your gut and then goes away again for a little while. But he's very dangerous in his ability to break your rhythm and disrupt your game. So this should be quite a match.
I would tend to agree with you, Bob. Sticking one in your gut is the right way. And, I saw Theo Dean upstairs, and it looks like he got stuck one in the gut by Estevez. So now the first point of this match with Estevez serving and already getting a look at Gurmendi using the lines there. But the first point going to Estevez. Bob, do you have a prediction here?
I'm going to say the serving is finally going to catch up to Estevez. That the couple of double faults and the inability to win the free points, and which I think that Gurmendi will have.
Okay. Well, now Estevez off to a nice lead in this first service game here to open up this final match. Up 30 love. And now drew an error there from Estevez, so 30-15. These two very, very, very close in UTR with Gurmendi at a 12.66 and Estevez at a 12.75. So that's basically even in terms of UTR.
Yeah.
So let's see if see what happens here. Now 30 all here with Estevez taking the first 2 points, followed by Gurmendi taking the next two.
Wow.
Gurmendi pulling the trigger a little bit too early there. And if he could have that one back, he probably would like to. So I mentioned both of these two gentlemen played tournaments last week, with Estevez playing in the $25,000 UTR Pro Circuit tournament out in Orange Lawn, New Jersey, and Gurmendi taking the title at the $3,500 Poughkeepsie Clay Court Championships, and really nobody tested Gurmendi in that tournament, Bob. So now we have our first deuce point of the match.
And there we got our first look at the Gurmendi forehand and what he can do with it when he gets a good look, particularly inside the baseline like he did there. Beautiful job finishing.
And a reminder, the winner of this match will get $1,500, and the loser will get $800.
Gurmendi gets the break.
Gurmendi just hung in there, and he did get the break, but Estevez got off to a quick start there, but that one goes to Gurmendi. So Gurmendi now up a break early in this first set, and Estevez continuing to play in the format that he played earlier, and choosing to break serve rather than hold serve. So I wouldn't advise that you do that, and keep up with that pattern. It might be a tough way to live, but nonetheless, there it is.
Got a lot of that to do.
Now, Gurmendi serving up 1-love and gets the backhand error from Estevez. So Gurmendi looking, after the first 2 points, looking pretty comfortable.
Well, that's actually his fourth backhand error. Very uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
A couple of ground strokes, a return of serve, a drop shot missed.
Yeah. Well, Gurmendi, he hits a much different ball than Dean hits, and wow, what a natural for it. Did miss that a little bit long, but
yes,
the wrist snap on that was pretty tremendous. So 15-all now, and it's really cooled down a lot here, where it's now very, very comfortable here this evening up at Mount Kisco, New York. Another uncharacteristic error from Estevez, so Estevez maybe having a little trouble restarting that body.
Mm-hmm.
And Gurmendi maybe slipped a little bit there, forced the miss hit and the error, so we're at 30-all in this second game.
Well, on another level of the tennis, these guys are sort of in the world of what I call the super modern player. When the ball is close to the line and it's out, they don't give a clear call.
Yeah.
It's so nonchalant, and if I were the opponent, at least half the time I wouldn't know what was going on, because they're not giving, like we were taught, clear good etiquette. Either call loudly or point your finger or do something. I really like our old style better.
Yeah, I don't. For the fans, it might be a little bit better. For the players, maybe not so much. And I got my during my career, it was a little bit mixed of guys doing that. And I would say sometimes you're so focused that you just know. And I think that the opponent knows most of the time whether the ball's in or out. You know, most experienced players know as soon as they hit the ball whether it's in or out. And they may feign it, they may fake it because it was close. Try to get the call, but I think most guys know when they hit the ball whether it's in or out. So now Gurmendi up to a 2-love lead, and we see the drop shot from Estevez, and he falls a little bit wide. So
he's missed 2 drop shots, and he's also, Gurmendi is electing to take this slower serve from way back.
He is standing all way back at the fence, and that's pretty. Likes to play way behind the baseline there. But and Estevez is not like that for an Argentinian. He returns pretty up close. He's standing almost like right on the baseline to return serve, and it benefits him with those short strokes to take the return early. But Gurmendi more comfortable a little bit further back, and man, that inside out forehand in the back end. Wow, he is just smooth. Wow, very nice by Gurmendi there. Gurmendi down, Estevez serving down 15-30 in this game. And
so I'd like to also take a look at Estevez, his follow-through on both his forehand and backhand, and then we'll talk about, does he look like the standard that you're taught when you go to tennis camp?
Very different follow-throughs on the forehand and the backhand from Estevez.
But I mean, fully over the shoulder.
On the forehand, it's very unorthodox on the forehand, a la Nadal.
Yes.
But he does not have nearly the same type of racket speed, obviously, as Nadal. But Estevez, he's just very smooth and very relaxed through the forehand. His backhand, I think, is about as technically sound as it gets. And now,
what happened here? Was it a double fault?
No, he hit the forehand.
Oh.
Yep. So now Gurmendi will take a 3-love lead up 2 breaks. Dispersion technology develops analytical instrumentation suitable for measurement of particle size, zeta potential, non-aqueous conductivity, streaming current, longitudinal viscosity in concentrated dispersions, emulsions, and porous bodies. Thanks again, Dispersion Technology, for joining us at this 2020 Summer Pro Shootout.
Yeah, let me just mention that I've been thinking about using their technology to get my particle size analyzed, but I haven't quite gone over there yet.
Okay. What type of particles were you thinking of having analyzed?
I'm not going to go there.
Okay. Well done, Bob. Well done. So now Gurmendi serving up 3-love with a 2-break lead here in this first set of this championship match.
I mean, we're lacking a little fire, I think, right now.
Yeah, well, we're waiting. So far, we've seen it's been all Gurmendi. And I think the pace of Gurmendi's ball and heaviness of it is causing a little bit of problem for Estevez here.
Now, it's interesting to me that Mr. Dean is here watching.
Yes.
And he's trying to figure out, is this what you do against a guy like this? So these events are learning experiences for players besides just playing.
Oh, wow. What a
he
shot.
He got around on that one. Wow.
You cannot teach what Gurmendi just did.
No.
That's just talent. That's just, wow. Yep. He did that with I think he did that with a broken string. Unbelievable. That's just unbelievable hand-eye coordination. Backhand error there from Gurmendi, a little bit unusual, but kind of stood straight up on that backhand. Oop. It's all right, we'll let him make an error or two.
That was a beautiful combination.
Beautiful combination. So, a little bit more about Gurmendi. He was a 2022 and 2021 first team NAIA All-American, 3-time ITA Singles All-American selection, and a 2020 Doubles All-American, ITA Doubles All-American. Again, playing down at Georgia Gwinnett College. He was the third-ranked 18 and under junior in Argentina. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Did that catch? It looked like a little wide to me, but
they did call it out. Yeah, the ball boy called it.
So interesting that Gurmendi's team this year at Georgia Gwinnett was 21-0. Mentioned they won the national championship this year by beating Kaiser of Florida at the NAIA championships.
The forehand did the job again.
Did the job again, man.
Once he penetrated, then the next one was pretty easy to finish for him. Great playing. So if you're Estevez now, Brian, are you starting to say, play your game, just play it better, or I got to do something different here?
I don't know, man. I'm panicking if I'm Estevez.
Oh, okay.
A little bit. Because Gurmendi is just, he's come out on absolute fire out here. Nice backhand there from Estevez, and bring this game to 15-all, and Estevez still looking to get on the board here.
Wow.
But that was, I don't know what to say.
I know what to say. Don't serve to my forehand.
Yeah. Gurmendi, he just has him puzzled.
That's over the fence, right?
Yep.
Now, in this case, Brian, love for 1540. That's totally justified, right?
Yeah, yeah. And, wow, double fault there from Estevez to give Gurmendi the 5-0 lead. GAF is the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is a part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Thank you, GAF. And Giving Tree Thrift Store offers an appealing selection of second-hand brand name clothing. Whether you're into following the latest trends or want to start your own, we've got what you're looking for, and at great prices. Check out our hand-selected merchandise today and get more for your money. Our mission to support individuals with special needs and empower them through programs funded by sales at Giving Tree Thrift Store. Thank you, Giving Tree Thrift Store.
Thank you, Giving Tree.
So now we're back here with Gurmendi up 5-love. Just puzzling Estevez, and Gurmendi's going to get served for the first set here.
Now, since none of us have any idea of how the algorithm for the UTR works, and this is a UTR event, but given Gurmendi's commanding performance in the preliminaries, losing only one game, and if he should continue in this vein here, I would think he would leap significantly in his UTR. But we have no idea, right?
Well, the only player he's played within his competitive zone so far would be this match.
Oh, it would. Okay.
I think even though and that was a very nice combination there from Estevez.
Nice solid point. It's more of what we saw from him in the semifinals.
And then Gurmendi just comes back with something like that.
Wow.
So where was all of this against Kandel this morning?
Well,
I guess
the
serve
serve
and the
and
volley,
volley, yes.
took him out of that a little bit.
Definitely.
Right? But
and I think if we actually look back to the semifinal, in one point I was making to the Yale number 2 was if you could have found a way to hold your serve, this could have been your match. And who has a way to hold his serve? Gurmendi.
Oh, that was a close one. It looks like it was a little
right on the line. Yeah,
right on the line. I just looked up the box score from Georgia Gwinnett's championship match against Kaiser in the NAI finals of the NAI, and I didn't even realize this, but Gurmendi played number 2 on his team.
Oh my goodness.
First was Matthias Heim. He was a senior, so he won't be coming back, so Gurmendi will probably be number 1 on that team coming into this season. So now Estevez with his with a first game point on Gurmendi's serve, or I'm sorry, on Estevez's serve. So
no, that was a break. We had the score off.
Oh, that was a break.
1-5.
I'm sorry. Okay, so it's 1-5 now. Apologize, everybody. So now Estevez serving down 1-5 in this first set. I'll tell you, there is a interesting action on Estevez's serve that I just got to look at that I hadn't noticed before. On the first serve, even though he missed it a little bit long, it was kind of a cutting serve into Gurmendi's body, and that can be very effective again for a lefty against a righty. And then on that second serve, he used the same type of action but slid it down the line, and Gurmendi couldn't catch it up with it. And again, another close ball, but it looks like that one probably. Let's see, Gurmendi's going to give it to him. So Estevez now up 30-love. After having dropped the first 5 straight games, Estevez has now got himself in position to get back to 5-2. Misses the first serve.
Tough bounce on that one.
Tough bounce on that one. And a little too tricky for Gurmendi to handle. And Estevez, he opened it up a little bit more on a couple of those backhands. He was swinging a little bit bigger on those. maybe that's what he has to do, Bob.
Well, I have a theory of tennis in matches like this where one player gets a very poor start, and inevitably the player with the lead sort of relaxes just a little bit because he doesn't feel he's got to really produce point after point. And Estevez would be an extremely dangerous opponent to do that against.
Yep. So
because
Estevez gets the hold.
He gets an inch, he'll take a mile. You've got to stay on him.
Absolutely. So Estevez with a love hold here. Yep. So the little shop of tennis located near the front entrance of the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or getting a restringing.
Thank you, Courtney. Take care of all the pros, the members. Thank you, Courtney.
Okay. With offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami, Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency connecting top talent in fashion and entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wilkenfeld, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. Thank you, Next Management. Now we see Gurmendi serving for this set for the second time. And wow, Estevez, things seem to be breaking his way so far in this for the last few games, Bob. Now, love 15. Ooh.
In.
Nope, that landed.
Called it good.
It landed a little long.
No, I think he called it in.
Yeah, he called it in.
Oh, he did call it in. Okay, so 15 all. Love 30 for
Love
Estevez.
30.
So
a let cord and a miss hit on the line.
So now if you're Gurmendi, doubt might be starting to creep into your mind a little bit. Estevez starting to look a little more smooth. Good deep ball there from Gurmendi to set up, to turn defense into offense.
Yes,
and
he did.
That's something the good players can do really well, Bob, is turn defense into offense within one or two shots.
Mm-hmm.
So now Gurmendi serving at 15-30.
Agassi was brilliant at that.
Brilliant. Yep. Big serve there from Gurmendi. From Gurmendi. I called him Gadenzi. I was thinking of Andrea Gadenzi, the chairman of the ATP. But Gurmendi with a big serve out wide there, and we're at 30 all here in this 5-2 service game. And the ace from Gurmendi, and Gurmendi's fired back with a storm here to set himself up with 2 set points. Wow, Gurmendi.
What a point.
What a point. He really had Estevez. And this is for the first time in 2 days I see Estevez huffing and puffing a little bit. So Gurmendi takes the first set, and two will take a short break. And Estevez doesn't really take a short break, but we'll see if he does.
Yep. So we want to say a big thank you to Outside the Lines. According to some, it's the top-rated tennis podcast out there. I'm not going to say exactly who the some are, but they're giving it really high marks. And we talk on the podcast about all sorts of things, from movie reviews, like the movie about the Williams sisters, as well as Arthur Ashe, Citizen Ash. We do some tactical and strategic podcasts, and we do some on the next one coming up, or one of the ones very soon is going to be on how to handle your nerves in a match. So I hope you'll tune in. We've got some good stuff for you on Outside the Lines. Thank you.
Well done, Bob.
It's amazing. I don't even need to write it down. Just
When-
did you like the top rated?
That was it. That was
Okay.
excellent. I really enjoyed that. I'm gonna look out for these people. Perry's Roofing is a locally owned and operated company that values honesty and integrity of all aspects of our business. Our services are customized to your individual needs, paying close attention to the details of each project that we are involved with. Thank you to Perry, who I believe Perry is here. Actually, he's sitting over to the side enjoying the tennis today.
He was here a little earlier.
Yeah, Perry's been here for most of the day. Perry loves his tennis.
Oh yeah.
So, and again, he provided the bar, which is no longer new, that outside of Court 10.
Mm-hmm. So, you're now Estevez, Brian. What's going to happen here on that last point? I think he said, let me see what happens if I go all out offense.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't make a dent, at least on that one point, after stringing together 5 or 6 powerful shots.
I would think Gurmendi is certainly, it looks like he's made it a point to say, look, you know, my best is better than your best, so I can go into your backhand anytime I want to. And Gurmendi seems to be content. Estevez seems to be content to go back cross court into Gurmendi's forehand, and I would advise against that because Gurmendi's forehand is rock solid, and it can change and open up the point real quickly.
Yes, it can.
So, you know, I think that maybe Estevez has to start changing up his patterns a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the first thing to do. I think he's got to get more first serves in, perhaps go for a little bit more on the
I actually think, compared to the other matches we've seen him, Estevez has served extremely well in this match. His first serves, like you said, they have that little bit of tricky spin. They've been deep in the box. They've been kicking up high. We haven't seen that one where he's either double faulting or framing it on one bounce into the net.
True.
So he's actually, from what I've seen, he's going to get an A from me on his serve. Yeah. I think it's more about what you said. The patterns have to be a little different.
I think you're right, Bob. So now there's the grounds crew / ball crew finishes a quick little bit of maintenance on the court. We'll be ready to go and start the second set. Estevez to serve. Oh, wow. Oh, that was a lot of imagination there by Gurmendi on that drop volley. Perhaps got it up a little bit too high to let Estevez give Estevez a shot at it, and he made him pay.
Oh, boy.
Huh. But again, you know, Estevez, he just moves so quickly, so smoothly, and you don't even see it coming.
Yeah. Way to get there.
Yep. Oh, and another double fault from Estevez. So we're at 15 all in this first game of the second set. Oof, that was a very, very nice forehand from Estevez. And Estevez, on that forehand, it was actually he actually finished out in front of him. And he doesn't do that very often. So
Exactly.
He does have
pull it
that.
up.
He does have that ability. So now we're at and another double fault from Estevez. So we're now back to 30 all.
30 all. Well, just when I gave him the pass on his serve,
Yeah.
he
Another double fault, 2 in a row there from Estevez, and he sets up Gurmendi with 2 break points in this first game of the second set. And if you remember, Bob, the only deuce point we had in the first set was in the first game, where Gurmendi broke Estevez. So, after being down love 30. So, another game could cause Estevez a big problem. But now we're at another deuce point in the first game of the second set. And Gurmendi just punch, body shot. He got the point. So Gurmendi now up to break in the second set.
Well, I would only say Estevez actually played his game on that point. It just, like you were saying before, my best against your best. Gurmendi comes out on top.
At Trophy Central, it is the smile that matters. Nothing makes us happier than when a customer sends us a picture of kids smiling from ear to ear as they receive their end-of-season awards, or of an office worker proudly holding one of our custom award plaques for their colleagues to see. Trophy Central is proud to provide the awards for this shootout. Thank you, Trophy Central.
Thank you, Neil.
Bob, I think maybe this year you'll be getting a trophy. I don't know. We'll have to talk to Brad.
Yeah, like one of those "You're the best dad" trophies or something.
And Gurmendi up a break now in the second set, serving at 1-love. And ace up the middle, so 30-love now for Gurmendi in this opening service game of the second set, up 1-love after breaking Estevez. Oh, and man, wow, Estevez hit a big deep return there off the line, and nothing Gurmendi could do other than pop up a short ball, and Estevez said thank you very much.
He took care of that one. Beautiful play.
Yep. So now Gurmendi serving at 30-15. And another, maybe a little bit long. And Estevez perhaps, pushing for a little bit too much, sprayed that ball a little bit wide. So Gurmendi now serving 40-15. Estevez able to get the short ball from Gurmendi there, and Gurmendi kind of conceded that to him as like, gimme. I can't blame him for doing that. So Now Gurmendi up 40-30, trying to get a hold to go up 2-love here in the second set. Now we're here with another deuce point.
Here we go.
So Estevez with a chance to level this second set. Well played point there from Gurmendi.
That was all scripted from the start with that beautiful wide
That's right,
serve.
Bob. So now Gurmendi up 2-love in the second set, and he couldn't have played that deuce point any better.
Beautiful.
So now Estevez is going to serve down love 2 here in this second set after Gurmendi took the first. Oh, and he really went for broke on that forehand return. Gurmendi was outside of the camera range there.
Yeah, he was.
That was just, I don't know what to say about that, Bob. That was amazing.
This is the way, it's everyone's dream to turn up the volume when you have the lead. That was a beautiful example right there. Maintaining the pressure and more.
A little bit wide on that backhand, but I gotta tell you, Gurmendi's forehand, he's just got such a quick wrist snap on it.
He sure does.
Really, really a beautiful thing.
Another double.
Estevez a little frustrated there. Turned around his racket and using the handle as a baseball bat almost. Hit a little bit of a bunt, and here we are at 30-all. And I think that if Gurmendi can get another break here, this might be all she wrote.
Clear the ball.
And Gurmendi a little bit long on that forehand, so Estevez have a game point coming up. Thanks to our nice crowd that has stuck with us here, some on the side enjoying this beautiful evening, and some here behind us so have stuck with us tonight, a lot of the spectators on this warm day. And Gurmendi misses that return, and now we have Estevez with a hold to get on the board here in the second set. Andrew Yu is a fashion designer and a content creator for his blog, Fabulously You. He aims to connect and empower people by sharing fabulous moments we can easily overlook in today's world. In fashion, he has a focus on luxury knitwear and a keen eye for detail. Andy Yu has collaborated with many designers in his 2 decades of experience. He pulls his inspiration from music, art, architecture, design, and his surroundings, and believes what we wear is a form of art. Thank you for joining us this year, Fabulously You. Maybe we can hook up Fabulously You with some models from next model management.
Yes, we should talk to him about that.
See, we're all about bringing people together.
So Chestnut Ridge Racket Club is also one of our sponsors. I've been here since 1977, and thing I like so much about Chestnut Ridge, it was that way when I got here, and it's remained true to its nature. We are a tennis club for tennis players. We love creating good players that like to have a lot of fun, players that like to socialize after they have a good game. And it's been a pleasure for me to be associated with virtually my entire tennis career with the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. Brian, you enjoy playing here as well.
I do, and Bob, we all thank you for all the years you spent here and building such a fabulous home for a lot of us. It's become my winter home. I really enjoy being here, and all of you here at Chestnut Ridge, you, Brad, a lot of the other pros, Brad Mazie, Adam, Seth, have all become very good friends of mine, Olga, and I really appreciate it and everything. How welcoming you guys are here and how much you guys love tennis. And Gurmendi now up 2-1. It's a big second serve out wide before taking a short forehand up the line. Really just, I can't tell you about even that last point that Gurmendi had. He made it look so easy. That was not that easy of a forehand.
No.
Gurmendi, he doesn't overpower you, but he's just so solid. He doesn't give you anything to work with, and then before you know it, you hit something a little too short, and he just eats you up with that forehand.
I mean, his forehand's good all the way, but that one into the lefty forehand or the righty's backhand seems to me, it's just so precise near the line and always hit with a healthy amount of pace.
And on his serve, from what I see, is he's got a lot of different serves. He can really keep you off balance with, not knowing what's coming. He's kind of like a pitcher in baseball that has 4 or 5 different pitches, and you're not really sure what is coming because all 5 pitches are really, really good. And he can keep you off balance like that. It reminds me a little bit. Roger Federer was very similar. Roger Federer never had a huge serve, but he had so many different things he could do with his serve that, we're talking levels here, but Gurmendi does something similar in that vein. But Federer, it was just always amazing to me how many different pitches he had, and how he kept his opponents just on their heels because you just didn't know what was coming.
3-1 lead now.
3-1 lead after that easy hold from Gurmendi. So
we get a chance here. I'm not sure all of the viewers know, when we have ball boys now, this is just like on TV where a player may ask, you only need 2 balls obviously to start a point, they may ask to receive 3 or 4 balls from the ball person and then give a couple back. So do you want to tell us what they're doing there when they're giving a couple back versus keeping the balls?
Some players are looking for something a little bit different in each ball. Some may like a fluffier ball. Some may like a ball that's a little bit tighter wound and is going to move through the court a little bit faster. Sometimes you kind of squeeze the ball, see which one is reacting a little bit better. And I'll tell you, somewhere over the years, and a lot of the people I play with kind of give me a little bit of flack for is sometimes I've tried to get out of this, but what a forehand there by Gurmendi. But if I've won a point, I like to go back to the same ball. And then sometimes I'll wait until they get me that ball, until the opponent.
Estevez did that just before, a couple games ago.
So there's nothing wrong with that. As it's within the rules. As a server, you have the right to have all the balls on your side and to use which two balls you want to use. Ooh, just missed that drop shot there for Gurmendi, and Estevez. The way he hits his drop shots, it puts such pressure on you.
Totally.
You wouldn't think of a drop shot as a pressure shot, but it really, the way Estevez uses it, it really, really is. So, Bob, we were wondering if we were going to see one of those. We just saw an underhand serve
40,
from
30.
Estevez. Now it's...
yes, 40-30.
40-30.
Yes.
Estevez using the underhand serve. Wise move because Gurmendi is playing so far back.
Beautiful drop volley.
Beautiful shot there to get. Nope. We guess we have a deuce point here now.
No, it's game.
No, that was there. Oh no, that was game. So okay, so the hold from Estevez and the two will change ends, and Gurmendi will serve up 3-2 here in the second set.
Okay. I must say, going back to selecting the balls, Brian, in my day, I never chose the fluffy ball.
Yeah,
that wasn't my game.
No, neither. I don't think I would either. Choose the fluffy ball because I do like to get as much out of my serve as possible. There's not much left on my serve these days, Bob, but
I'm sure back in the day there was something.
Back in the day, I my serve was okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was similar to Gurmendi and Federer, as we were talking about, where I had a lot of different serves, and that's how I kind of kept my opponents off balance and tried never to hit the same thing twice. I don't think anybody will ever describe my serve as overpowering, but I did get on the board with an ace here and there. Right, no matter how you do it in the men's game, serve is absolutely critical. Serve and the return, two most important shots in tennis.
Absolutely. And
Gurmendi really opened it up that time and was able to catch Estevez a little bit late and get the first point of this opening game, serving up 3-2 with a break here in the second set. Gurmendi took the first. And I think we got the score a little. It's now 30 love for Gurmendi. So we need to make a quick change of the score there. I think we need to get to update the scoreboard, please. And now 30-15 for Gurmendi.
They have to input it and then save it, and that all takes time.
Yep, but we're a few points behind here. It's 30-15 for Gurmendi. Nice use of the drop shot there again by Estevez. He saw that Gurmendi was camping out in Putnam County. And for those of you that don't know, Putnam County is a county that's north of Westchester. It's about 20 miles from here. So that's how far behind the baseline Gurmendi was there.
I mean, I was mentioning watching a pro match earlier today, and that the move that we've seen here from the top players, kicking the wide serve, the topspin serve out in the ad court and serving and volleying because the returner is so far back, they were doing that, Musetti and Alcaraz. But the one difference is, and we just saw a little bit more of pro tennis imitation there, they're using quite a few more drop shots than these guys.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that our viewers understand why. It's not because the top pros are slower than these guys. Everyone's fast. The difference is the top pros are playing even further back because they have to deal with even more power than these guys are hitting with. So the drop shot becomes a real weapon if you can handle the pace and execute your target.
So it's now Estevez had a break point there, but Gurmendi was able to force him into a backhand error there, and Gurmendi really got around that forehand. Gurmendi,
is this no ad point?
This is a no ad point. This is going to be the fourth deuce point we've had so far this match, and Gurmendi has won all three so far. Oof.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, what a point. What defense there by
Unbelievable
Gurmendi.
play.
Gurmendi really living on the edge there. He
Wow.
should have lost that point about 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And Estevez kept fighting back. And, man, a tough break there for Estevez. Now Gurmendi up 4-2 here in this second set. And it looks like Estevez is starting to feel the effects of a long weekend of tennis.
Wow, he was so close to getting to 3-all there. He really had.
So close. Well, great. We saw first time we've really seen Estevez open up the serve there, and
Beautiful serve.
beautiful serve out wide there on the deuce side. Go take the first point of this game, 15-love. Okay, and a forehand error there from Estevez. Allows Gurmendi to get this game back to 15-love. It's an important game for Estevez because if he loses his concentration here, he's down 5-2 and Gurmendi's serving for the match. So now Estevez up 30-15 lead. Estevez maybe pulled the trigger a little bit too early there, but I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit. He knows he needs this game, so we're at 30-all. Estevez serving down 2-4 in the second set. Gurmendi took the first. Critical time here for Estevez if he wants to get back in this match. Oh, what a beautiful way that Gurmendi handled that drop shot there.
That was the textbook finish to put it right in that corner down the line.
But
beautiful.
Bob, maybe explain to the viewers how hard that is to hit that over the high part of the net, though.
Very.
All right. Oh, and Estevez has completely lost his concentration here. Now Gurmendi breaks to go up 5-2. He'll get a chance to serve this match out after the 2 change ends. But Gurmendi is a big time in control here.
See that play there that he used? He faked a drop shot and sucked Gurmendi in, and then the goal was to hit in behind him. The problem was the score. There was too much pressure in the score. That's more of a trick shot that you'll use at some other moment, but not there where you're so close to staying in the match if you can get this game.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, the court was open for him. He just kind of took his eye off the ball a little bit and pushed it long, unfortunately. So Gurmendi is in big-time control of this. Estevez in trouble. And for the first time that I can recall, Estevez is actually sitting down on the changeover. Again, a quick look at our all of our sponsors here. Thank you, everybody, again for joining us at the 2022 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout, Summer Pro Shootout. We really thank you. We couldn't have done the tournament without you. Thank you again to all of our sponsors.
Thank you, sponsors.
And we hope you come back next year. So Alexis Gurmendi serving for the match. And opens up the first point with an ace. Oh, double fault from Gurmendi. I'm pretty sure that's the first double fault from Gurmendi today. Or at least in this match. Oh, very nice slider out
Beautiful
wide.
slice.
Took a little bit of the pace off. They hit it short, just sliced it out wide. No chance for Estevez on that one. (30-15). Gurmendi 2 points from the match.
Oh.
And that was maybe a little bit loose there from Gurmendi, but still 2 points from the match. Estevez still has a long way to go to get back into this. Where do you think Gurmendi is going to go here, Bob?
Ooh, I think he's going to go right up the tee.
Yep. Nope, he went out wide again. And I didn't see that where that ended up bouncing. Did we get a call on that? It looks like
good.
Looks like Estevez is giving it to him. So I don't know. Perhaps Estevez just wants to get the heck out of here. Who the heck knows? But match point here for Gurmendi, second serve. And another drop shot, and Gurmendi is there, and this is over, folks. And here is your 2022 Pro Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout champion is Alexis Gurmendi from Argentina. Really an incredible performance by Alexis Gurmendi throughout this tournament. He
throughout
just
the tournament and
absolutely
this
blew
match
through
as
this
well.
field.
Mm-hmm.
Really well done. Congratulations to Alexis Gurmendi. Glad we finally got a look at him on this show court in this final match. He is a tremendous player from Argentina. Bob, what are your thoughts?
This whole tournament, he separated himself as a level above the field, and he continued against a very difficult opponent. 6-2, 6-2 against a guy who's as tricky as Maximiliano Estevez. Extremely strong performance.
Right. Yep. And like we said yesterday, he absolutely blew through the round robin field yesterday, losing one match in 1 point, 3 matches. Had a couple tricky moments earlier today against Kandel, but pulled through. And what a fantastic job he did blowing his countryman Maximiliano Estevez off the court. But we appreciate everybody coming, and Bob, it's been great working with you again. I don't know, perhaps maybe we'll get Lexi to sit down. Maybe you can spend some time with Lexi. We'll try to get him in the booth and talk to him. And
in the meantime, I don't know if we Phil, should we try to get Teodora over here?
Oh yes, we haven't spoken to Teodora
before
yet.
they come up. Could you get her?
Yeah, we haven't.
Oh, see you. Let's be in touch.
Nice to see you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, okay.
The broadcasting staff like to come down for a quick photo.
Well, first we're going to try to do some interviews.
We're
here.
working a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for the tournament director try to get us in some interviews, but we're such a hard-working bunch here.
Yes, really.
We still have work to do. We had to explain to him we still have work to do. So we're going to ask Teodora to come over and talk to us a little bit, and here she comes. And hey, Teodora, how are you? Good. Here, why don't you take that? You can either clip it on here, you can hold it in front of you, but we wanted to get a couple words from you about your match. Got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. First, I'd say, Teodora, it was really great that we could get a women's match as an exhibition in between all the great tennis we've had for the guys this weekend. And it was so much fun for me to watch you play in a competitive match. You performed admirably. You got a little slow start, but you kept looking for a way, and you found your way and won it in a 10-8 super tiebreaker. That was tremendous playing.
Yeah.
So I know you haven't played that much competitive tennis lately. You've been on the court teaching and feeding to the kids. How tough was it to try to get ready to actually compete out there?
Yeah, it was a little hard, but I love tennis. I love playing, so I can I'm more of a smart player than I'm like a hitter. I'm not really a big hitter, but I always trying to find ways to outplay somebody, outsmart somebody, instead of outplay them.
Yeah, we saw that today. Why don't you give us your thoughts on the match? What did you think about your opponent? What did you think about how you hung in there? And you were down in the tiebreaker and kept fighting and finding a way to stay in there, and you pulled it out in the end.
Yeah, well, at the beginning, I didn't know what to expect at all. I never played with a girl. I never saw her playing, so I was trying to adapt and see what should I do and how should I play. And maybe I didn't do really well in the first set, but then I realized I have to play more aggressive about the ball placement and stuff. So second set, I started hard from the beginning. Then she came back. I won the second set, and in the tie break, it could go both ways. You never know with a tie break. So when I was down, I still had hopes that I can win, because like just a couple of points. It's not games. It's not like I'm down 4 or 5-0 in the set. It's just tiebreaker. So yeah, I made it.
Yeah, you sure did. Okay.
So I would say, watching, I would say if we had to group the points, which player was more aggressive, you would put that in her camp. But I wouldn't want the listeners, if they didn't see the match, to think that you didn't play offense, because there were numerous points where she slowed it down just a little bit and immediately you took it to her when she gave you a chance. So I think it's a great lesson for a lot of players who play a little more defensive tennis. It doesn't mean you're always playing defense, because then that offensive player gets a little too comfortable. I thought you did a fantastic job today of knowing when to mix offense with defense that allowed you to pull out the super tiebreaker.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes when I play matches, if the girl is more defensive, then I'm the one being offensive mostly. But today, I think that this girl, if I gave her pace, she would love my pace, and she would get in a better rhythm and have more winners. But if I slow her down, that was kind of my tactic, to slow her down so she doesn't make as much winners and I can have my chance too.
Always thinking out there. I love it. Good job, bro.
Teodora, it's been great having you at Chestnut Ridge this spring and summer season, and I wish you all the luck at your new college this fall, and we're going to follow you and read about all your wins for the team.
Thank you so much.
Why don't you tell everybody where you what school you were at and where you're going to next year? And
I was in Gardner-Webb University, North Carolina.
Sure,
It's a small D1 school, but they had a good program. And this year we did the best in tennis history. This year we were in the finals. We lost the finals, so we didn't make it to the nationals. But it was a good season. And I was there for 3 years. Now I'm transferring to Mercer University in Georgia.
I know Mercer well. I know the men's coach there pretty well.
Really?
The men's coach there is Eric Hayes.
Yeah, it's a girls' coach too.
Oh, he's the girls' coach?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're going to enjoy yourself there.
He's very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. Good. Well, that's like I told you, we were talking before. I told you how small the tennis world is, and I wish you the best of luck there. And we're going to follow your results down at Mercer this year.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Teodora.
Now, maybe we'll take a short break. Maybe get an interview with some of the finalists, and we'll go from there. All right. So we'll see everybody back in a minute or so. Okay, here we are with Max Estevez, the finalist of the 2022 Summer Pro Shootout. We had a chance to talk a little bit with Max yesterday and get to know him a little bit. So, Max, why don't you just give us your thoughts on the final?
Hi again. It was a tough match. It was so hot. I played 2 hours today in the morning, so I was a little bit tired. But Alexis is a great player. He played really, really good. He was better than me today, so he deserved it.
Yeah, well, that's very nice of you. Did you know Alexi before this tournament? Had you ever played before? Did you know each other at all?
Just
by you guys
name.
are from different generations. Yeah, right. So I know you're both. And it's tough to play a countryman, also as well. I saw you guys chatting it up a little bit in the locker room. I'm sure you guys know a lot of the same people back home.
Yeah.
And so what are your plans now that this tournament's over? We were so happy that you could join us for this tournament, but I think you talked about it a little bit yesterday. But what are your plans for the next few months?
I'm going tomorrow to Argentina for 3 or 4 days to do some fitness and train, and then I have 4 weeks in Brazil.
Okay.
After that, I don't know if I'm going to Europe or keep playing here in US.
Okay, great. Well, if you come back to the U.S., let us know. Hopefully, we'll get to see you a little bit. What are your thoughts about the? We asked you this yesterday, but now your perspective may have changed a little bit after playing another day about the format of this type of tournament.
If you ask me, I prefer to play to 6 games.
Okay.
Maybe no odds, no matter, but I think it's better to 6 games.
Sure, sure.
I think when you play, like I said yesterday, if you play 2-4 games and you are disconcentrated like 2 or 3 minutes, maybe you lose the set and maybe you lose the match. So I think it's not fair.
Yeah.
So if you ask me, I prefer to play to 6 games.
I'm with you about the longer format. Of course, this is being a 2-day event.
Yeah.
Have to make some modifications, and
they do that at the ATP Tour with the Young Guns or something. What do they call that group?
At the Next Gen Finals.
Next Gen Finals, they play to 4. I don't think it's no ad, but they do play to 4.
And it's also best of 5. So
yes, it's best of 5. True.
But maybe we're always looking at different formats. Maybe you come back next year, and we have a little bit different of format. Maybe
the format is great. Maybe you can do 1 more group, and then you play to 6 games.
Maybe
so you have 1 less player in each group, and you play to 6 games.
Maybe
1 less match.
Maybe we do that. So, but anyway, thank you for
Yeah, I just have a quick question. He obviously, Alexi played a tremendous tournament out here. He played well against you. Were you able to make up your mind about a game plan that you thought might give you a chance? Did you have to attack a little more than usual? Did you have to use your drop shot more than usual? Is there anything you feel like part of the plan, if you could have done it a little better, might have turned it around? Because that 1-4-2 and then it was, the 3-3 point, 40 all point. If you had gotten that, the second set was right there. So
I think I tried a little bit more than I try always because I didn't have many fitness. I was a little bit tired.
Yes.
It's really, really hot, and like I said before, I played 2 hours in the morning, so I was trying to play short points. I don't play like that.
Yeah.
Putting a lot of balls in, but he take the chances that he having like really, really good. I think he won all the 40.
He did. Brian was keeping track.
Yeah, I think
there was
decided points. He won 5, I think.
I think 4 or 5. There, 4 of them.
Yeah,
4 of them. And included the first game, which
the
first game you were up 30 love, and that was you have to get a little tough time coming back from that. But yeah, he played very well on those deciding points.
Yeah, I agree.
So Max, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck in your upcoming tournaments. And when you're back in the States, let us know. Hopefully you're back around this time next year and you can come play again.
Thank you very much for everything.
Thanks, Pleasure for having you, Max.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So maybe we can get Lexi. I see Lexi's over on the side. Maybe we can talk to Lexi for a little bit, of the champion of the 2022 Pro Shootout. Lexi, congratulations, my man.
Thank you so
Good
much.
job. Good job. Why don't you have a seat and just You can either clip that onto your collar, or you can just hold it up and
hold it close.
Hold it close.
I'll put it here.
Okay.
My finger's infected.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, Lexi's got a little bit of an injury on his finger. It looks like you might want to get that thing looked at. But
no, I'll put some cream. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's all
you're a tough guy.
Yeah, it's alright.
So Lexi, tell us, give us your thoughts on the match.
Dude, I felt the ball so well today. It was really good. I mean, yeah, it was almost perfect.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't know what else to say.
You look like you were really feeling your forehand,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I struggled not this morning, but the first match.
Yeah.
It was too hot, and like I was like low on energy. I needed like when I had lunch, but I don't know why I was feeling like, when you drink too much water and you feel like heavy and like it was hard for me to move.
Mm-hmm.
So it was good that I got the win there, and like now it wasn't that there was no sun. It's not that hot, and I don't know why I was feeling like lighter. Maybe it was because it's the final or something. But no, overall it was a good weekend.
Different guy on the other side of the net too. I think this morning you played the one guy in the tournament that served and volleyed quite a bit.
Dude,
and,
that was tough.
And he caused some problems for Max yesterday too.
His game was tough. Yeah, it was tricky because he serve bounced too much.
Yep.
So like I was hitting the returns here, so it was hard for me to like go down.
Yeah.
But I think the second set was just one break at deuce, and like he didn't break my serve. That's why I won the set.
Absolutely.
So interestingly, you used the word, I was feeling the ball today.
Yeah.
And the way I understand tennis is a lot of people speak about feel shots as being drop shots and lob volleys and all that sort of touch stuff. But to me, every shot is felt.
100%.
100%.
Yes.
Nice to hear that.
When I say feel the ball, it's not the touch necessarily. It's just when you hit the ball, you can tell either if it's a clean impact, like you're hitting early. You feel the ball basically. It's like,
yes. And are you aware of your tension level as you're striking the ball, like how tight you're gripping?
No, I wasn't tight. No.
No, but when you play, are you aware? Or it just happens?
Yeah, of course, certain matches, like, I don't know, if it's 4-all, 30-all, of course you're not going to play the same as if it's 1-1, 15-love.
Right.
So, like, in those moments, maybe, but like I said, like, I like the conditions here because there was it was not too windy, it's not that hot.
Yeah.
Balls were fast, so I like fast balls. The court was a bit tricky because, like, here in the baseline, it was a bit slippery, so, like, kind of like, but, no, I was feeling it today.
Great. You played a fantastic tournament here. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. I enjoyed my time here. I didn't know this club. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good people also, so maybe I'll come back next year.
Yeah, we hope so. So you're going to go back to Georgia Gwinnett?
Yeah, I go back.
In probably about a month?
Yeah, maybe like 2 weeks, 3 weeks,
okay.
I think, so I'm supposed to start like the second week of August, so I might go either second or third, might get it.
Okay.
Like a week later, but I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. And obviously looking forward to this is going to be your senior year.
My senior year.
There. And, I didn't know this until I just before this match I looked up the score sheet from the finals of the NAIA tournament last year. And first of all, you guys had an unbelievable season. You're 21-0 for the year and won the NAIA National Championship. And I was trying to explain to our viewers who don't know college tennis that well about actually how tough NAIA college tennis really, really is. And I didn't know you were number 2 on your team.
Yeah, I played 1 last year, and this year I started playing 1, and then I got injured for a little bit, so I didn't play for a couple of matches. So the other guy that was playing 1, he's really good also. He was 400 in the world, so we were switching. Like, my coach was like, it's all right, you can just play 2 this year, and then next year you can play 1 again. So
that's a nice option to have as a coach. Yeah.
Exactly, I love my coach, dude. So, we haven't lost since 2014, so that's ridiculous.
I didn't know that. I didn't go back that far.
Yeah, we won like 160 something in a row.
That's insane.
It's
that's absolutely insane.
It's really. We actually last year we broke the record for most wins, like the streak.
Yeah.
I think it was like one. I don't know, but we passed like a women's team, a gymnastics women's team, at a D1 school for most wins, most consecutive wins. So yeah, we had Fox Sports come.
Yeah.
They did an interview.
Oh wow.
So it was pretty cool, yeah.
Well,
and I clinched that match, dude. So I got the win.
Oh, fantastic!
There's nothing better in college tennis than clinching the match.
It's the best feeling.
The best feeling.
The best feeling.
Especially, I mean, I never got the opportunity to clinch a national championship, but
So this year we won 4-1, but we could have been 4-3 because, like, we won the doubles, then our singles 3-1, so that was 2-0. But then our 4 singles lost, so it was 2-1. Then our 1 and 6 were losing, were like a breakdown and a set down, so they're about to lose. And then I won in the third set, and then our number 5 clinched, so it was really good. Yeah,
very
good.
cool. That's awesome. You know, I wish we could get you eligible at the D1 level. I have a scholarship for you at St. John's tomorrow. But man, great playing.
Hey, maybe for Masters, who knows?
You may be, but. Man, thank you for joining us.
Thank
man.
you guys.
We hope you enjoyed the event. We hope to see you back, and I can't wait to follow you.
Thank you, dude.
Especially now that I know we have a friend in common.
Thank you, guys. Yes, of course. I haven't talked to Manu in. I saw him once this year, actually.
Yeah, so I'm going to see him. I probably would have seen him today. I played at our club this morning, but he usually comes a little bit later, so I didn't get to see him this weekend. But next weekend, we're actually going to a wedding together.
Nice.
Not that together, but we're going to a wedding.
I got it.
A good friend of ours is also Argentinian. You may know as well, Jorge Girosi.
I think so.
Who was Manuel's good friend from Buenos Aires, is getting married in the area, so we're going to celebrate his wedding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hope you have fun. Enjoy.
Yeah. Well. Thanks again for joining us, man, and good luck this fall and in your senior year, my friend.
Thank you, dude. Thanks so much.
Well. Special thanks to everybody up on the screen there. You see, it takes a lot of people to put this tournament together. And Bob, I'm looking at this slide here, and the only 2 people that I see that didn't get special thanks. Well, 3 people: you, me, and Philip.
Oh, I got mine coming up.
Oh yeah, Philip's got one coming up for himself. That's nice. And Brad Breakstone, the director of tennis here at Chestnut Ridge, and the tournament director, who put this whole thing together. Thank you, Brad, and great job, well done. Philip Oler does an absolutely fantastic job putting the live stream together.
Everything.
Really
perfect.
First class event every year. It's a couple of long days, but we really enjoy it, Bob. Working with you for the 3rd year in a row, so much fun.
Yes, a lot of fun.
And thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next year.
See you. Thanks. Bye.
Good night.